Hello, hello. Hi. Welcome back. We've got yet more PGR tonight. The third chapter, the third and final chapter of this integrated patch. Sorry, just having a sip of my drink. My dink. My waiter. Yeah, So this is the third and final chapter of this integrated patch, Spark to Wildfire. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know it features Vera's new Garivore frame. Although technically, one of the things I do know is, technically, it's apparently not in-universe a new frame. It's actually an old frame. And that wilds me out so much because I was thinking about it and I was like, wait, so does this mean that Vera's old A rank frame, Rosen, from a gameplay perspective, it's old and it's A rank, that's actually her newest frame in universe? Because Garnet was also like an old frame that she pulled out of storage. And now Garivore is also an old frame, apparently? And so I'm just like, really? Rosen is still her newest frame? That's so weird to me. But yeah, anyway, there's the new Garivore frame for Vera. And I know that this chapter has something to do with, like, the idea of losing control. That's what they said in the live stream preview. I don't know much about it. I don't know what they mean by that. I just know that that's something they said. Anyway, so my goal today, well, not necessarily just today. My goal moving forward with this, I suppose, is the new Wuthering Waves update. I think technically it comes out tomorrow night, but I'm probably not going to start it tomorrow night. Because it's one of those things where, like, they list like the day that the update comes out as, they list it as, God, why can't I think of words? They list it as the next, like, it's listed as being July 24th, but technically, I think it comes out at like 11 p.m. on the 23rd. Usually that's a little bit late for me to start, I think. I prefer not to start that late. I did, I think, recently for the Septimont one because I was just so excited for Septimont. But so I'm not going to start tomorrow night. And then the other reason why I'm not going to start tomorrow night is because I highly doubt that I'm going to finish this chapter tonight. So I'm going to need to finish it tomorrow night. And so we will do the new Wuthering Waves chapter on Thursday night, I believe. And I want to make sure I get this chapter done before that. I am very, very excited for the WUA update. There's going to be another main story chapter, and I'm like really excited because I'm hoping that we're finally going to get some closure with some stuff that I've been wanting closure with for a while. I'm looking at you, Fenrico. But that will be dealt with on Thursday. So for now, let's dive in to Spark to Wildfire. And the first thing is literally just Spark to Wildfire. Everything started with Vera and should end with Vera. I see.
I told you.
Oh.
Lies will always be lies. Those who are not heroes will never become one. That is why I took your spear.
I am a worthless coward, forced with the title Immortal. From one generation to the next, crafted valor only serves as the bannerman to wage against old world. An absurd paradox.
You, an overextended everyman. Will you be swept along with the tide? Or crawl one more wretched step? Either way, whenever you need me, just give me your hand. No matter how the world decays, I will not burn out in a place like this! This time, I will be your blade. You've struggled long enough before that good night. So let me pave the path forward!
Oh, I see. Okay, so that was that was the trailer. That's actually the same trailer they posted on their official YouTube channel. I was not aware of that. I say, I didn't know that they put the trailer in the game now. I wonder if that's like a new trend that they're going with. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Oh, I did forget. But there is actually one other thing that I do remember from this chapter. Or like I haven't done it, but like I've seen it. Is there's a new man introduced and he's hot. Oh, I'm so ready. Thank God. We are in dire need of some more hot men here. Anyway, let's get into it. So, I guess this is like, maybe it's divided into parts? Hard to tell. But so we've got Wildfire, starting here. Rolling snow. Oh, there's already gameplay. She's razor sharp. Make more than 2 wrong choices in the baseline test. Oh, so I have to be wrong in order to get the achievement. That's unusual. Alright. Let's be wrong. I was the shadow of the wax-wing slain. By the false azure in the window pane. Squad 3, report your position. Arrived at target location. Floor 15, awaiting further instructions. There are no hostiles at your location. Remember, your mission is to search and rescue. If there's another case of competitiveness like last time, none of you will graduate. Not a single one. Several young faces crouched behind the door exchange uneasy glances at these words, then collectively turn toward a female cadet at the rear of their formation. Her military cap fails to completely cover her red hair, with a few rebellious strands hanging beside her ears, much like the cadet herself. As long as she doesn't go berserk, our squad won't have any problems. Quite the opposite. As long as I'm here, there will always be someone to back you up. You all understand the reality you're in, but all of you are too stubborn to admit it. It's actually quite amusing. Quiet. Focus on the mission. We breach in 1 minute. This is not a drill. I want everyone at maximum alert. The squad leader's contemptuous scoff, along with the warning crackling through the comms, are completely disregarded by the red-haired cadet. She remains as she always is, wearing an expression of complete indifference. Wipe that look off your face. Just stay at the rear of the formation and follow orders to the letter. Got it? Hey, Vera! Oh, copy that. The Squad 3 leader hesitates briefly after seeing Vera's response. Hi, Ashfrost! OMG, it's Mitsuru Kirijo from Persona 3! No, it's just Vera. It's funny because they do both have like the long red hair, but I think they're quite different in terms of personality, as you'll see. How are you doing today, Ashfrost? I hope you're having a good day. Why are you so obedient today? Normally by now you'd already be... Meanwhile, a military whistle sounds from the lower floors of the building. Squad 3, move out! Breach the door! Upon receiving the order, the leader immediately signals with a hand. The explosive charges on the scorching metal door detonate, blasting it to pieces with a thunderous boom. Oh, you got Miyabi in Zenless Zone Zero, so now you can farm with anime music. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Sometimes you really need external music or something to listen to when you're farming because it gets boring. Oh, so you can aura farm with anime music. That's different. Yeah, I thought you meant farm. I thought you meant you were gonna like farm with anime music happening in the background. Which maybe you also do. Maybe you'll also do that. Anyway. Breach! The damaged door is kicked open, and the entire squad rushes in with weapons raised, quickly slipping through the entrance one after another. Is anyone here? It's safe now. Come out if you can hear us. The area is secure. Everyone surveys the fire-scorched surroundings with weapons raised, tacitly following each other's footsteps while deliberately pushing Vera to the back of the formation. It's just a search and rescue. Do they really need to rush in like that? Vera, you've been banned from frontline operations. If you mess up one more time, you won't be the only one receiving a dismissal warning. Everyone in your squad will suffer the consequences with you. All I can do right now is keep my eyes peeled and check the corners for survivors. I suggest we spread out. Everyone should give each other space to search each corner properly. What's the point of bunching together like this? That's too bad, Vera. We're making sure you don't try to go solo again this time. We're... Get out of the way! Before the captain can react, Vera launches a swift kick, sending him flying behind a nearby table. A split second later, a massive hound roars as it leaps through the space where the captain had been standing, its jaws snapping shut with a bone-chilling crack. Had the captain not been knocked down in time, it would have been his neck between those teeth. With lightning-fast reflexes, Vera takes down the massive hound and immediately unleashes a hail of bullets toward the area ahead. The captain's eyes widen in shock amid the frenzied barrage. He sees something flooding toward them like a tidal wave. He can't find the right words to describe them, managing only to shout a single alert code into his radio. Monsters! Fall back! Everyone fall back! Vera continues firing while yanking up the captain she had kicked to safety, leading her teammates in a tactical retreat. Wasn't this supposed to just be a standard terrorist attack? A rescue mission? Don't tell me you concealed the mission's true nature and led the team straight to the front lines just to get back with me. That's bullshit! We're just a bunch of students who haven't even graduated. At most, we're back up for the rescue operation. How are we qualified for high-security missions like this? Besides, even if I hated you with all my guts, I wouldn't put my own life at stake and die with you. Think about it. This place is a biotech company building, and these unplanned monsters appear. If you ask me, all I can say is they're hiding too damn much. These money-grubbing people have hearts as black as coal. We're screwed. I knew missions with you never end well, Vera. Last time was bad enough, but this time we're totally done for. The captain speaks through gritted teeth into his radio, describing the crisis Squad 3 has encountered. Instructor, investigate this place. Please, investigate. This company is conducting illegal experiments. We're looking at them right now. Dogs with 3 heads and fish with legs. They're extremely aggressive and charging straight at us. The radio crackles with static. No response. Something's gone wrong. Fall back for now! Vera covers the retreat, flatting out through the main entrance while firing every last bullet at the monsters inside. But from the corner of her eye, she catches a glimpse of something hidden in another secluded corner. It's only a split second of hesitation. A dog lunges at her, clamping down on Vera's shin and knocking her to the ground. She crashes into the corner, hitting her head in the process. Her vision instantly goes dark as the world spins around her. She senses something changing within her body, but has no time to investigate further. Through her fading vision, she glimpses a fragment of an unfamiliar world. What?
What? The defense line has been breached already. Where am I? Wasn't I just inside the building? Vera to Squad 3. I repeat, Vera to Squad 3. Do you copy?
Authorization expired. Restarting baseline test program.
Where is that voice coming from?
Also, Ashfrost, by the way, you mentioned that she looks like Mitsuru from Persona 3, but the voice actor who plays Vera is actually someone else from Persona 3. If you might recognize them. I'll let you guess for a little bit first.
Preliminary assessment indicates Hound is in good condition. Permission granted to begin baseline testing.
No, that's Mitsuru. Allegra Clark was Mitsuru.
I was the shadow of the waxwing slain by the false azure in the window pane. I am ready to charge to the front lines at any moment, and may be killed by the corrupted at any time, but I'm not afraid of this fate.
The voice actress for Fuka in P3 Reload? No, not her either, although she is also in this game. Oh?
The flames shall reveal the destiny I bestow. Don't you dare scope me in the shadows, delusional. Follow my lead.
Yeah, it is the voice actress for I guess. Dawn M. Bennett.
On the punishing battlefield, sometimes you must kill comrades infected by punishing with your own hands. You approve of this practice.
I don't approve of that.
After experiencing various battlefields, you believe you've developed psychological trauma or more severe symptoms of mind deviation.
The flame shall reveal. Behold, my unseen blade! Follow my lead. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, I agree. She is a good voice actress.
While fighting for Kurano, you felt that everything might be fake.
Fake.
Your existence might also be fake.
Fake.
You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window.
Yes, this is the feeling I crave.
Ah!
Oh, you managed to Don't you dare! Behold, my unseen blade! Feel the searing strength of your face. Follow my lead. There's nothing to
Test failed. Terminating authorization.
I see. So this frame is active again. Come, take a piece of flesh from this body of mine.
Ooh. More.
What a warm welcome.
Okay, there's another achievement just for clearing the stage.
Scoping in the shadows. Delusional. Behold, my unseen blade! Feel the strange strength of your face. Brace yourself for the relentless fight of King.
Ah!
Don't you dare! Scoping in the shadows. Delusional. It's locked. Captain, do we have any breaching devices left?
No more. Maybe we could find access cards on the building staff. But the area is full of those monsters. We've already lost some people. The communications are down. We might not even make it out of here ourselves.
Check for casualties first. It's not over yet.
Easy for you to say. Keep your eyes on that health signal detector and look for more survivors.
Error. Unable to identify healing target.
Impressive. You've completely reversed the labels for fatal and non-fatal wounds. Did they teach you to make such elementary errors at the academy? Forget it. I'll handle the search mission. You stay here and catch your breath. Just try not to die of fright if you see an enemy.
Still with that damn attitude. You better not come back here empty-handed.
Funny, because she's a very different character from Aegis in Persona 3 in this game. Non-fatal wound. if I was to do voice acting, what character personalities would I want to go for? Well, you might not know this, but I do. I have already taken some voice acting classes, so hopefully I will do voice acting. As for what character personalities I want to go for, I mean, I think I'd like to do a variety. I think it'd be fun to do like some villains at some point. I feel like I could do a good like. I feel like I could do like a good, kind of like smarmy, smug villain type, maybe. Also, I think it would be fun to play, I don't know, I guess like kind of a nice, cute character. That'd be fun. You would go for the sarcastic, wise ass, or bubbly type, or you have no problem sounding like a skank. God, that makes me think, like, because I always, well, not always. Sometimes I think, and I'm like, I don't know if I have like a sexy voice. Like I don't know how else to put it. Just like some voice actors, I feel like they have like a sexy voice that they do for certain characters. I don't feel like I have that. Maybe I do and I just don't know. If I do, I haven't found it. Yeah. So those are some I think could be fun. Look for the access card. There. Am I missing something? Oh, ah.
Here's an access card. Heading back to the gate now.
It's easy, just channel your inner e-boy and drag each word and make it sound dirtier than it's... For example, you're an expert... Oh! For example, you're an expert at playing baseball, while I know how to keep a good grit up on a bat. Wink. Weirdly, I feel like I could maybe kind of channel like femme fatale energy. Which is just funny because I'm not a lady. Well, thanks. I'm glad you think it was good. Oh.
Those things are coming after us. Watch your back.
Okay. Wait. You don't have to necessarily be a lady to be a femme fatale. Look at Longa from Paradiso Guardian. I mean, I so totally don't know what that game is and totally don't have it in my Steam library. Is that something risque, perhaps?
There's another survivor.
I hear you innocently whistling. Oh, my data, it's synchronizing. You're doing well. You walked through fire and only got some scars on your arm. Pretty lucky, I'd say. Don't worry about the scarring. Our military hospital doesn't handle that sort of thing. But there are plenty of specialty clinics outside that can completely restore your skin. It's nothing to worry about. Think of Castlevania, but with a lot of slutty bara men. Interesting. Interesting. Hang on, I'm gonna look. I just want to see... Let's see how slutty. Okay, with a cursory glance, this does look quite slutty. Not that I'm complaining. Okay. As for other things to pay attention to, there's not much besides being careful about what you eat. Hey, Vera, are you even listening? The doctor removes the dressing from Vera's arm, frowning as she tries to get the attention of the young woman who seems to be miles away. Huh? I'm listening. You didn't hear a word I said. Why don't you care about your own body? You get injured on every mission. You get hurt during training. What's wrong with you? Vera blinks softly, her gaze briefly passing over the doctor's look of exasperated concern. You... Forget it. You've always been like this. If you ever stopped to think about the consequences, you wouldn't have rushed into that burning building to drag someone out. By the way, the person you rescued has finally woken up. They were in a coma for nearly a month, but at least they survived. At the mention of this, Vera's attention returns instantly, like the subtle flutter of her eyelashes. Oh, that's good. Would you like to visit them? They've been moved to the general ward. Maybe. The doctor finally loses patience with Vera's absent-mindedness and smacks her hand on the desk. Vera, look at me when I'm talking to you. You had the same expression when you came for your dressing change last time. Where has your mind been lately? Is it about graduation? Hasn't your probation period already ended? Are you still having trouble graduating? Graduation shouldn't be a problem, as long as those recruiters stop tripping over themselves trying to collar me. I'm thinking about something else. Vera traces the raised scars on her forearm, her mind drifting back to that day in the burning building. Back then, she was knocked to the ground by an escaped test subject from the building, and it felt as if her body and consciousness had become disconnected. The moment passed in an instant, but that sensation still lingers in her body. It felt as if her bones and flesh had been replaced with cold metal. She's still herself, yet utterly different from who she once was. Doctor, what's the current level of bionic prosthetic technology? Prosthetics? Bionic technology? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Hey, you're not planning some kind of mechanical ascension, are you? I'm just curious. I want to know more about it. Technology in that field is quite advanced now. Bionic prosthetics have a high adoption rate, and it's become a relatively successful industry. There's a rather famous figure in the field, Professor Liston. Have you heard of him? He's a leading representative of those researchers passionate about mechanical human augmentation. Though I heard he's been focused on teaching students these past few years, and rarely makes public appearances. If you're interested in learning more, I could also... So, is there technology now that can gradually replace the entire body with mechanical structures? The kind where not even a trace of biological tissue remains? It does exist, yes. Our military district occasionally gets access to some cutting-edge projects like that. I heard recently that somebody has already achieved a complete body modification, replacing the entire body with metal structures. They can even discard the brain and nervous system, storing consciousness and memories through some special method. Yes, that's it. Something like that. Gwyneth falls silent, studying Vera with a suspicious gaze. Something's wrong. I suspect you're having dangerous thoughts. I've known you for many years, and I believe every bizarre thing you say has a source. I'm really just curious. Stop, Vera. For your own sake, I won't discuss these things with you anymore. I can't keep up with your line of thinking or predict what neural impulse you'll have next. The doctor gathers her things and stands up to leave. You just said you wanted to meet the person brought back from the fire site. Let's go then. From now on, I'll only answer your questions about this matter. Through the hospital room window, Vera gazes intently inside. That day's counter-terrorism operation went awry, with multiple members of Vera's logistics squad injured. Yet even while surrounded by artificial mutant creatures, the squad still managed to rescue an ordinary person from the burning building. Reportedly, the squad leader repeatedly confirmed this person showed no signs of mutation before sending them to the military hospital. He doesn't seem to be recovering. The man in the hospital room remains in deep sleep. One of his arms is ruined, and beneath his clothes, his body is covered in freshly healed burn scars. One could say he barely cheated death. You probably don't know this, but he was comatose in the ICU for a long time, and the first thing he did when he woke up was demand to know if that building had burned down. Vera raises an eyebrow at these words. And then, we told him the truth. Yes, it was completely burned down. And he suddenly became extremely agitated. We had to tranquilize him before he calmed down. This person is suspicious. What? Don't worry. I'll look into it and confirm the facts. Through the window, Vera continues to study the unconscious man, watching as he clings to life with his broken body. Before you breathe your last, why don't I squeeze whatever value I can get out of you? Red-haired Vera returns from the hospital, walking through the corridors of the military academy. She passes by many fellow students without greeting any of them. Everyone is bustling about, preparing for their final graduation assessment. Once they pass, they'll be able to join various combat teams and enjoy a stable and comfortable life in this era of peace. Yet, despite the hustle, everyone spares a glance, secretly eyeing the girl who always keeps to herself. Went out again? To change your bandages at the military hospital? Still injured after a whole month? Must be nice enjoying all that free healthcare. The Team 3 squad leader blocks Vera's path, congratulating her snidely. Thanks to your heroic sacrifice during the last mission, we managed to rescue the hostage with you as the only casualty. If you don't deserve a commendation, then who does, right? You poor thing. Is that burn on your arm healed yet? Oh no, is it scarred? Get lost, child. Vera understands perfectly. This sarcastic concern and congratulation has a meaning. It's a subtle warning about her unauthorized commendation. About what we discussed last time. Have you thought about it? After graduation, continue with us in logistics. Almost everyone in Team 3 wants this. This is the second time we've extended this invitation. Don't be difficult. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. You might find yourself reassigned to some freezing outpost along the Arctic Union route. Is this an invitation or a threat? Vera stands her ground and lets out a contemptuous laugh. As long as Vera's around, all of our problems will be easily solved. Isn't that what you all think? You people haven't even graduated yet, and you've already found the perfect workhorse to secure your careers and fast-track your promotions. How convenient for you all. Vera rolls up her sleeve, revealing the scar left by the tongues of flame that licked her arm. I'd rather be on the front lines collecting more scars like this one than be associated with any one of you. Pampered swine at the golden age. That's exactly what you people are. You bitch! You make me sick. Vera, you'll beg for this opportunity if you know what's good for you. With a cold expression, Vera sidesteps the fuming squad leader and continues walking forward. She knows she can provoke them with just one sentence, but she's also aware that such verbal sparring brings no benefit, so she doesn't bother to continue the confrontation. What she needs to do now is far more important than any petty conflicts. Arriving at the office at the end of the hallway, Vera knocks slightly before pushing the door open. And regarding that hostage rescued from the fire, I believe it's also necessary to... Oh my god, it's young Hilda! I don't think I knew that she and Vera knew each other. A well-dressed woman sits at the superior's desk, discussing procedures for the terrorist attack. My apologies. I'll return later. No, your timing is perfect. Please stay and listen, Vera. Vera, you're the student who rescued that hostage. The woman extends her right hand, gently shakes hands with Vera, and presents her work identification. I'm Hilda from the control court. Please, come here and listen to what I have to say. Hilda gestures with her hand, and Vera nods, walking over to stand stiffly at her side. As I was just saying, regarding the hostage you rescued, we need to confirm his identity. You were the first person with close contact at the scene, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Understood. I'll cooperate. According to the medical report, his face is completely destroyed, and his DNA information doesn't match anything in the resident database. We're currently unable to determine this person's identity. But we do have a theory. Hilda sends a file to Vera, who immediately reads it. Take a closer look at the details. That building is the headquarters of a biotechnology company under the Copperfield Group. The company's business performance is average. Copperfield barely bothers to manage it, and I hear they're preparing for an acquisition process. Overall, though, there aren't any significant issues. Their main business has been the extremely common genetic selection program that's currently on the market, highly popular among the upper crust. Through genetic selection, they manufacture the most superior offspring, free from various hereditary diseases and unstable developmental factors. Sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? As Vera offers a blunt assessment, the officer at the desk shoots her a warning glance. Isn't that eugenics? And isn't eugenics bad? However, Hilda gives a slight nod. Yes. Now I need to tell you this. The hostage's skin was severely burned, with only faint marks remaining. But after thorough examination, we believe it's a code sequence. You suspect he's one of their test subjects? It's entirely possible. Given all those modified monsters that appeared there, I imagine human experimentation wouldn't be much of a stretch for them. But the timing makes no sense. Oh? Tell me what you're thinking. Vera doesn't respond immediately. Instead, she glances toward the desk. Commander. The officer at the desk continues to frown. Vera, you're free to express your thoughts, even if you think they're just loose threads of speculation. Understood. As it happens, the Kowloon Fushi Research Institute was recently embroiled in a scandal, prompting an investigation and restructuring by the Science Council's Ethics Committee. Many people were held responsible. With such precedents, if a biotech company like this were truly engaged in illegal activities, logically, they would scatter out their labs at different locations and maintain strict secrecy. Yet their headquarters, located near the city center, brazenly housed those experimental subjects, conducted human experiments that crossed every single line, and even exposed ordinary citizens to these activities. Even if the company was struggling financially, a smooth acquisition wouldn't have been a bad outcome. But this behavior is corporate suicide, like grabbing a megaphone to broadcast their wrongs to the world. Therefore, I suspect someone must have deliberately exposed them, sending out experimental subjects and even a hostage as evidence. Vera finishes explaining her theory, and Hilda nods repeatedly in agreement. So, is this the work of justice judgment? Hi Cole, how are you? I hope you're having a good day. Oh, and it was fun hanging out with you a little bit yesterday while you played Fields of Mystria. I'm glad you had a fun time during the new update. The media should have picked up on this by now. No, why hasn't there been any news after an entire month? People on the outside still seem to think it was just an ordinary terrorist attack. Did you suppress the information? Vera slightly furrows her brow. She suddenly feels something isn't quite right, as if she's overlooked a subtle but critical detail. Hilda looks directly into Vera's eyes, then passes her own device to Vera. The screen displays a video. You're doing pretty good today? Awesome! Yes, we did suppress information. Here's the reason why. The video begins to play. My name is Liston. I'll spare you the lengthy introduction. Let me explain the situation in simple terms. I've been conducting a human cybernetic modification project for several years now, and the most advanced results are right before your eyes. All research conducted by myself, my laboratory, and my students has remained within ethical boundaries. We've undergone regular reviews and have never engaged in any unethical practices that violate human dignity. Next is my formal accusation. I'm reporting my former student, Haynes. Haynes was already using illegal methods to obtain cadavers back when he was studying under me, to facilitate his human modification experiments. At that time, he received an offer from a biotechnology company, reportedly controlled by the Copperfield Group. I took the initiative to inform the company about his background, but they hired Haynes anyway. After many years, I've come to believe that this company is likely illegally collecting human genetic data samples and conducting embryonic cultivation. I don't have conclusive evidence, but I've forwarded all the information and relevant documents I'm aware of to you. I kindly request that you investigate this matter. That's it. Liston raises his hand in the video and the screen goes black. Professor Liston is quite the character. He's always been straightforward. 2 months ago, he sent us this information whistleblower. We took his accusations very seriously and conducted a public investigation into that company. It was then that we discovered the company was performing poorly and was about to be acquired. However, our investigation didn't uncover any of these alleged... big yawn. Any of these alleged ethical violations. Miss Haynes that Liston reported was conducting what appeared to be normal biological research projects. Nevertheless, as a precaution, we temporarily suspended the project. Everything seemed fine. At least back then, there weren't any monsters in that building yet. Something's not right. Vera raises her head, a new idea forming in her mind. I'd like to add to my earlier hypothesis, though. It's still just a half-baked theory. I hope I'm not wasting your time. We're just having a casual chat. There's no need to treat this as a formal investigation. You can just relax and speak freely. Thanks. Is Haynes missing now? Yes. His disappearance coincides with the timing of the building incident. Additionally, there were several casualties among the personnel involved, and all relevant documents have been lost. Is it possible that someone deliberately exposed these things to the outside world, and intentionally left behind that hostage for me to rescue? Or rather, here's what I think. Vera steps forward. Someone at a Copperfield Group subsidiary gained a rare scientific sanctuary, only to be reported by their own mentor years later. Their project was quickly suspended for investigation. When everything you've worked so hard for falls apart, if it were me, I'd be inclined toward revenge. My masterpiece should have made a spectacular debut. And as for where I should position myself, naturally, as close to this stage as possible. Somewhere I can appreciate my masterpiece up close. Vera traces the raised scars on her forearm, her mind drifting back to that day in the burning building. A bomb detonates softly in Vera's eyes, erupting into blazing red flames, just like the building on that day. Apart from our hostage, who's still under supervision at the military hospital, could anyone else have accomplished all this so effortlessly within 2 months? Perhaps we should call him Haynes. But his DNA information doesn't belong to Haynes. Genes are a person's biological code. So how could he rewrite his own genes? Our current level of human modification technology can replace limbs with more powerful mechanical prosthetics, or make biological enhancements to the original flesh. But what if Haynes actually went a step further and achieved genetic modification? If it can't be achieved on the original body, what about before the next self is born? Ethically reprehensible cloning has always been a major focus of such illegal research, and I doubt someone who casually steals corpses would care about ethical boundaries. After all, in this era, there are far too many ways to shed one's skin and disappear. Hilda smiles and looks at the officer at the desk. You're right. She wasn't just a crazy girl. She's a razor sharp. I've said it before. She's perfect for this new mission. Vera, we need to search for more evidence going forward, and your mission is to continue guarding our rescued hostage. Until we can confirm he's the root of the problem, and then arrest him. So until your formal graduation assessment, you won't need to participate in any other missions. Just focus on doing this one properly. What about the regular training sessions? You don't need to attend those either. I see some people have already found their place, but you don't belong among them. Okay. The red-haired Vera leaves the officer's office, clearly aware that she's just earned some recognition and was fortunate enough to gain a buffer period before graduation. The two people remaining in the office continue chatting about other matters. So how does it feel, holding up here as an instructor? I see you're even pretending to be serious. Well, sometimes you have to put on a show for young people. They're at that age where they only judge by appearances. But I don't plan to continue staying in this place anyway. Otherwise, I'd really become the second fool to spend their entire life as a soldier. Enough about that. What are you here to see me about this time? Is it about the 0-point reactor ignition again? I'm not interested in any ceremonies. If you want to treat me to drinks, just leave a few bottles in this office, and I'll appreciate the gesture. It is related to 0-point energy ignition, but actually I'm just here to deliver a message from someone. Don't mention their names. Fine, I won't. The Security Intelligence Bureau will arrange defensive forces near the reactor to ensure that the ignition procedure isn't disrupted. The Chief, the new Security Bureau Chief, will personally oversee the operation. The new Security Bureau Chief hopes you can assist with the operation. You're not far from there, right? Just for convenience's sake? Just for convenience's sake. Hilda stares directly at her superior, waiting for his answer. Fine, I'll consider it. All in vain. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. More data synchronization. Oh, I think I know what's happening now. I think Vera's switching to the Garivore frame, and it's synchronizing her memories, so Vera's going through her memories as she syncs to her new frame. That would make sense. That night, snowflakes begin to drift down from the sky. Vera walks through the falling snow and enters the military hospital. She removes her hat, gently brushing away the snowflakes that had settled on its brim. How's he doing tonight? He just finished dinner. His appetite remains unchanged. Like always, he spends his days eating, sleeping, and staring out the window after waking up. He hasn't spoken a word. Oh, still refusing to speak. His condition has completely stabilized. Technically speaking, we could consider discharging him. Are you going to continue keeping watch over him here? I haven't found a better place for him yet. Besides, it would be best to have a proper conversation with him before any transfer. Vera clutches her hat to her chest as she walks straight into the depths of the hospital, finally stopping at the window of the private room where she's been monitoring Haynes. The middle-aged man in the room has recovered quite well, with only the horrific scars covering his body, a coating of melted flesh, bearing witness to what happened to him. He sits on the bed, gazing into the far distance beyond the window, but there's nothing particularly worth mentioning out there. Those scars make me uncomfortable every time I see them. Could someone really do something this brutal to themselves? For revenge? Or to make a statement? To willingly throw themselves into a fire and end up like this? Vera silently traces similar burn scars on her own forearm, then turns her gaze to the doctor. The thick layer of snow on her shoulders hasn't fully melted yet, and her eyes harbor an icy glint as cold as the snow outside. If someday I needed to achieve something important enough, and this was the price I had to pay, I could probably do it too. No, Vera, you can't. Don't worry, Gwyneth. I won't end up like him. For him to end up like this, he must have made many selfish and self-righteous choices along the way. But I'm not that stupid. I definitely wouldn't sacrifice myself while also endangering the safety of others. Besides, I absolutely refuse to sympathize with a criminal suspect. As if he heard something, the man in the hospital room turns his head toward the door, locking eyes directly with Vera. He looks like he wants to say something. A flicker of excitement flashes through Vera's eyes, caught by the doctor. From what I understand, your mission is simply to stay here and monitor him, isn't it? I think it would be better if you didn't interact with him too much. Looking at Vera, the doctor once again viscerally experiences her unfiltered sharpness. As rare as a burning snowflake, yet just as likely to meet a calamitous end and melt away, breaking apart. The doctor suddenly feels anxious, worried that Vera might develop some sort of bond with the suspect. She reaches out, trying to stop her, but Vera immediately pulls the door handle open. Vera walks right in before the doctor's eyes, casually hanging her coat on a nearby rack. Vera, don't worry. I just want to learn more about his situation. Click! Vera gently closes the door, not only keeping the doctor outside, but habitually locking it, trapping herself inside with the suspect. You're back again. Ugh. I don't like this guy's look. He definitely looks evil to me. With that smile? The man's voice is hoarse, his vocal cords scorched by the fire. We see each other every day, but this is the first time you've initiated conversation with me. Has something special happened? Nothing important. I just want an apple. This fruit platter has been sitting here for 2 days, but I can't peel them, so I can't eat them. The man points to the fruit platter on the shelf. You're quite demanding, wanting your fruit peeled and all. Vera sits by the hospital bed, drawing the military knife she always carries. She slowly peels an apple while humming a tune, just like an ordinary family member looking after a patient. What song is that? I made it up. Don't worry about it. I've been wanting to talk with you. You're the one who saved me from the fire, but I never found the right moment to thank you. You know how it is with burns. They hurt like hell. For 2 months now, I've just been enduring it here, day after day. The man gestures toward Vera's injured arm. She had rolled up her sleeve to peel the apple, revealing scars that had never been properly treated. I believe you are someone who understands. Vera glances up at the man without responding. Her hands move deftly, quickly removing the skin and cutting the apple into equal pieces, which she arranges on the fruit platter. Help yourself. I knew it. I can tell you're different from those who casually slaughter like they're butchering animals, even though you work in the same slaughterhouse. Just because I cut some fruit for you? Has no one ever done something like this for you before? No. Those upright walking creatures out there are either stupid livestock waiting for slaughter or butchers sharpening their knives. No one's willing to do small favors like that. I didn't expect the Golden Age would look so wretched to you. What about you? The fact that you understand me despite being surrounded by calm seas. You must have had similar experiences, right? I don't like his facial hair either. It's weird. Vera takes a piece of apple from the platter and pops it into her mouth. She chews slowly, considering how to respond to his probing. She could easily refuse to delve deeper into her own story, but she wants to extract more information. She needs to keep the ball rolling. As for me, it might disappoint you, but I'm quite young, and my life experiences are rather ordinary. Not much different from the common Golden Age life you're familiar with. Born to ordinary parents, had an ordinary birth, received an ordinary education. When I got a bit older, I chose to enroll where I am now, as you can see. Was your family good to you? Very good. They raised me, cared for my health, and provided plenty of guidance with my studies. Isn't that just a parent's duty? That's what duty means in broad terms. As for other details, when I was little, they would wake up early to prepare my breakfast, take me to school, and tell me bedtime stories at night. Did anyone help you comb your hair? Vera's response falters for a moment, just half a second. Yes, they even braided it. Did they stay in touch with your teachers? Yes, they check in about my progress every month. The man breaks into a wide grin. You're making this up, aren't you? Did your family die when you were young? Then you struggled your way to the military academy because it was your best shot at putting food on the table, wasn't it? Vera smiles as well. Are you trying to take control of this conversation? Pretty confident for someone who's trapped in a hospital room with me. Just look at your lies. They're painfully obvious. Just as a poor person can't imagine the limits of a rich life, your story is riddled with holes. You've never been loved. See, I was just about to say that. People cut from the same cloth can always spot each other in a crowd. I have a friend with a story pretty similar to yours. I could tell you about it, if you'd like to hear. Without waiting for Vera's response, the man begins his tale, gesturing animatedly as he speaks. This story is indeed far more authentic than Vera's, rich with details that fuel his non-stop monologue for half an hour. Nothing more than a familiar tale of childhood bullying, teenage disappointment, and resigned young adulthood. A life filled with perceived injustice and bitter resentment. And I just kept enduring all that unfair treatment, suffering the same injustices even as I got older. I have a friend. Vera tosses another piece of apple into her mouth, knowing it would brown if she didn't eat it soon. I was ready to let go of all that. all the prejudice and injustice I'd suffered because I got into the best laboratory at the time, working under Liston, that golden boy. But he was as cold and as heartless as his research. He modified himself like that, yet still paraded around, pretending to be respectable, always chasing publicity stunts for profit. I despised him, yet had no choice but to work under him. I thought I could tune out this background noise, but then he came directly to me, dismissed my achievements, questioned my methods, and completely disposed of all my experimental samples. Vera stops chewing. Were those illegally obtained corpses? Where did you find them? I scraped together what little money I had, and struggled to find channels to purchase the samples. In the end, he slapped me with serious accusations, confiscated all my samples, and lectured me about how respecting life is a principle that must never be forgotten. To evolve, aren't principles the very limitations that should be broken through? The man excitedly extends both hands toward Vera, as if seeking her approval, but she sidesteps to avoid his touch. I once felt fortunate to have found my true love in my work. I viewed those results, those samples, as my amour, never expecting that someone like Liston would take everything away from me, time and time again. They shouldn't have done that. They'll inevitably pay the price. So I gave them what they deserved. Only Liston. Liston is all that remains. The man's story matches almost perfectly with the information Hilda provided. Vera silently plays the role of a listener. In the 2 months she's been watching him, this is the first time the man has spoken so freely, unexpectedly eager to confess his motives and crimes the moment he opened his mouth. Maybe a little too eager, from my perspective. Why? Why? Why would you confess everything about yourself to me, Haynes? Oh, I understand your confusion. You're here to monitor me. If I confess my actions, what likely awaits of me is arrest or even death. But compared to whatever might happen to me in the future, I care more about being understood right now. Understood by you. I crave this sense of approval. All this just for my approval? I never even expected my acknowledgement would be worth such valuable self-incrimination. Vera's fingertips tap lightly against her thigh as she suddenly notices a slight unease in her chest. This sensation always appears whenever her intuition tells her something is wrong. She discreetly wipes and retrieves the military knife she had placed on that fruit tray, instinctively scanning the hospital room. Ordinary furniture, medical equipment functioning normally, a locked door, and a window cracked slightly open for ventilation. What's wrong here? Probably the open window. The window. For the past 2 months, you've been constantly staring outside, barely speaking a word. What are you looking at? As she speaks, Vera rises and walks to the window, closing the gap where cold air is flowing in. A couple of snowflakes drift onto the back of her hand, their iciness heightening her vigilance. She gazes into the darkness outside, finding nothing particularly noteworthy except for the shining indicator lights lining both sides of the road at night. It's not any specific direction I'm looking at. I'm watching out for a certain future. A certain future? The so-called technological human turning point of human civilization's fate. 0 point energy, or the Eden Project. You must have heard of it. The name of that grand scheme even children can recite. What do you think will happen to this world after 0 point energy is ignited? What kind of future will human civilization move toward? Will it be a new leap forward, or a leap straight into destruction? You can't see it with eyes like yours. A gaze that can't even perceive yourself. Let me tell you what I see. The man struggles to get out of the hospital bed. His physical condition is nowhere near ready for walking, yet he insists on performing this ungainly act. He moves toward the window, drawing closer to Vera. Your eyes are filled with ambition, exactly like mine once were. That's why I understand you. But you don't understand yet that humanity will ultimately perish on the road to fulfilling its ambitions. This is the future I've seen. Just as every industrial revolution brought unbearable costs, 0 point energy will inevitably exact a new cost on humanity. I mean, he's right, but probably not in the way he's thinking. If they don't evolve alongside this new revolution, then ordinary humans, those swine, will simply stand and helplessly, waiting for disaster to descend upon them, like a sheep to a slaughter. Vera's fingertips touch the window as her vision blurs momentarily. She seems to catch a fleeting flash of red light outside. So, hold on to that ambition of yours. With just a touch of evolution, you can easily wade across that river. Like replacing this fragile flesh, removing the inferior genes within it, and substituting them with. Replace them with your experimental specimens. Those monstrosities that are neither human nor beast. Or should I follow your example and throw myself into the flames? A sense of urgency spikes in Vera's chest, perhaps triggered by the strange red light she glimpsed outside the window moments ago. Tell me, why doesn't your DNA match Haynes's dossier? What did you do? This is merely a small step in evolutionary filtering. You could do it too, if you wanted. Our conversation ends here. The roundabout conversation finally ends as Vera walks toward the door. All signs convince her to report this immediately. Even without tangible evidence, she can confirm that the disaster at the building originated with this man. Her instincts tell her that this guy needs a higher grade of containment. She reaches for the hospital room door, preparing to leave. Are you sure you want to open that door? The communicator at her waist suddenly buzzes with the highest priority assembly message from the Academy, triggering alongside the hospital's alarms. Looking at the brief message on her communicator, Vera can't make out any details. The situation is unknown, yet extremely urgent. Even students like them who haven't graduated yet must prepare to deploy to the front lines. Wait, something's wrong. Haynes, sit back down immediately, or I'll enforce restrictive measures against you. Strange hissing screams echo from the hallway as Vera quickly ducks to the side of the door, watching the man shuffle obediently back to his hospital bed. Is this your doing? Of course not. Look at the state I'm in. How could I possibly cause such widespread chaos? Perhaps this has validated what I said earlier. Humanity will ultimately perish on the road to fulfilling its ambitions. A nugget of realization explodes in Vera's mind, like the instant of zero-point energy ignition in some distant, unknown place. A scream of agony echoes through the hallway outside. Quit it! Vera stops hesitating, drawing her blade and reaching for the door handle. If battle approaches, she must go there to the front line. But a heavy thud sounds from beyond the door. Someone has collapsed at the entrance, desperately pressing against it to prevent Vera from leaving. Don't come out! Vera, don't come out! What the hell is happening out there? This place is supposed to be near a high-security military base. What kind of attack is this? I need information. Maybe it's the machines. The machines have all gone mad. It hurts so much. It's over for me. You're hurt? Let go right now. Let me out. Hurry and escape through the window. Stay away from crowded areas. I suspect it's some kind of virus. I can't figure out anything else. Listen to me one more time. Vera, promise me. Don't ever break yourself or anything. You're too... Vera presses against the window, staring in horror at the scene outside. She witnesses something unimaginable, exactly as the doctor described. The crazed machines, glowing red, slicing through the doctor's body. Doctor! Doctor! Quit it! Look at you. You can't save her. Open it! Open it now! The doctor's corpse no longer blocks the door, but just as Vera is about to burst through, the crazed machines from outside slam against it from the other side. Yeah, I knew this man was bad news. The hospital room door shudders violently, on the verge of giving way. Vera steps back, her eyes flickering with disbelief. The window. Yes, we'll escape through the window. You lunatic! Follow me if you don't want to die. Vera grabs the man by his collar and drags him toward the window, smashing the glass with her elbow. Hello, Blox Foots fan? Foots, maybe? I'm imagining it's pronounced like fruit without the R. What sounds sexual? Yay, Foots. Like Foot Gummy. I want Foot Gummy! As the snow and wind rush in, the glowing red machines simultaneously smash through the hospital room door. Move it! Oh, do people get it wrong a lot? Oh. I guessed because of the Food Gummy meme. I want Food Gummy! Vera forcefully lifts the man by his collar, trying to hoist him onto the windowsill, but meets unexpected resistance. At a time like this, where do you think you can run to? I'm not running. Turn around and look, just for a moment. Vera places one foot on the windowsill and slowly turns her head to look at the scene inside the room. Vera sees that the man has somehow produced a knife, pointing it at his own throat. It's not her military blade, but what appears to be a fruit knife he had hidden away earlier. So they did give him a knife. Behind the man stands a horde of frenzied mechanoids, later known as the Corrupted. They huddle together, stained with the blood of doctors, eagerly lunging toward the two humans before them. Vera's eyes widen as she takes in the twisted scene before her. The man, satisfied with the emotions in Vera's eyes, reveals an equally twisted smile as his throat squeezes out one final laugh. A laugh of profound glee and satisfaction. You see, this is what human ambition always leads to in the end. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. Stop! Those few seconds stretch into infinity. The blade pierces his burn-scarred neck, a flower of blood blooming from the wound. Hot blood sprays out, splattering across Vera's cheeks, quickly chilled by the rushing snow and wind. Drip, drop. Drip, drop. 2160. The curtain of the apocalypse is violently torn apart, its fragments scattering across the ground before Vera. Spraying blood, snow and wind rushing through shattered windows, hordes of corrupted, and the corpse of a man who died in satisfaction by his own hand. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ooh, I'm gonna have to put another trigger warning on this video. Yeah, things did escalate very quickly. You're pretty new to the game? Oh, then you're probably so lost. Yeah, the story is really good. It's so interesting. Something passionate cools with the snow and wind. Perhaps it's the 17-year-old Vera, or the ambition unique to a young girl, or perhaps the glory of an entire era. Spark to Wildfire. To Vera. Oh, you got Crimson Weave? Did you get her from the free thingy? Because she's available for free now for everybody. Her and number 21. A few scattered seagulls fly low overhead, looking down upon the humans scrambling to prepare below. This is the last shipment. Once everything moved out, we'll never return to this port again. You got her to double S? Did you use pain cage shards? Or did you roll for her? I don't know if she's on rate up right now. Maybe you just got her randomly or something. Or maybe if you're new to the game. Yeah, the S choice, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. We're closer to the Chinese version than we've ever been, so our view of what constructs are going to be power crept is very narrow. Hard to say. Waiting for DMC. Yeah. That'll have some power creeping. A little bit. I heard punishing is spreading this way. This place will probably fall too. What kind of thing is it that the entire world can't stop it from destroying everything? This world is garbage anyway. If it's gonna end, then let it end. Whatever happens, happens. The port manager tallies the final assets, roughly striking through items on the screen. You got Lilith double S and Nanami Star Trail. You just need a fire guy. Yeah. That, Well, there's Vera, but she's an amplifier, so not necessarily a full DPS, but you know. There's also Lucia Pyroth. She could, I don't know, get like another raid up soon. I never remember who's on raid up at the moment. I guess we might be considered lucky. At least someone's willing to pay good money for useless cargo at a time like this. Those abandoned embryos. And other samples like that. Who the hell knows what new big boss wants these for? Whatever. No matter what, we still need to deliver these goods safely to the designated location as requested. Is this big boss you're talking about? I heard it's Corono. It's always Corono. That's not surprising. They definitely have money to burn. Let's drop it. Looks like we can set sail on time. Are you coming aboard? You heard she's hard to maintain? Lucia Pyroth, you mean? I'm not leaving. My wife and kids are here. That damn punishing is going to really is going to swallow this city. I'd rather stay and die with my family. Yeah, she can be a little difficult to use sometimes. Although I probably don't use, like, optimal rotations with her anyway. But I do find myself running out of orbs from time to time. You have to get the signature 6-star to actually feel good. I mean, people say that. I think it's debatable how much you actually need any characters like 6-star equipment. Let me even check to remember. Yeah, because what her 6-star weapon does, aside from boosting her attack, is just it gives her 3 extra signal orbs when she uses one of her ultimates, and using another one of her ultimates triggers Matrix if it's not on cooldown. So it's good for getting more orbs, but it's probably not like crucial. Helpful though. Yeah, it's always a bit debatable, I think. A lot of people will swear by like you need to get the 6-star weapon for this character. But I don't think there ever really is a character that you need it for. Should you get Lucid Dreamer? Oh, definitely. Because he's free. Any of the dorm shop available characters. Yeah. Just get them for free. I think Lucid Dreamer, Kaleido, and Echo are all still there. And they're all still meta. Lucid Dreamer's pretty recent too, so he's probably gonna be for a while. Kaleido and Echo could be power crept soonish. But until then, they're still meta. Yeah, PGR tanks are built different. Very different from what tanks normally are in games, I would say. A lot more about, a lot less about having defenses and a lot more about making sure the enemies don't have defenses. right. The higher-ups told me someone's supposed to come aboard this morning. Make sure to verify his identity when he arrives. We can't have another arson incident like what happened at headquarters. You're gonna get the Meta Ice team? Yeah, good choice. Because since Wansha and Isla are both free, you only have to get Chu Shukra, and then you've got a whole meta team. Although I guess you could also say the same about the Lightning team now. Oh, that too. Yeah, you do have the meta Lightning team, because now with the stuff with Crimson Weave and Feral, you get them for free. So you only need to get Nanami Star Trail. Yeah, those are pretty easy teams to build at the moment. Star Trail is a lot easier to play than Pyro. Star Trail's really simple. You're pretty stacked for a new player? Yeah, it sounds like it. Honestly, I'm probably... I know the DMC collab is coming, but I'm probably not going to roll for Virgil. Just because, I mean, I've never played DMC before, so I'm not super interested in the characters. I would rather just keep having PGR characters on my team. And maybe that's silly, but whatever. I can do with having a suboptimal Ultima Slash team for a while. Yeah, well, Dante is going to be given for free, so even if I am not super interested, I'm going to get him. Plus, Dante is going to give access to ignition teams. That's good. Whereas, like, Virgil is definitely, from what I've seen, an upgrade for Ultima Slash damage over the current one, Bianca Stigmata. But, like, at least there's still another choice. There isn't another A rank, or there isn't another S rank attacker other than Dante who does ignition damage. All you've got is the A rank Jetavi, and she, from what I've seen, doesn't even do that much ignition damage. So yeah. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna skip Virgil. Besides, I don't super care about staying on top of the meta. I just mostly do because it's easy. That's one of the good things about this game being so free-to-play friendly. It's easy to get all of the new characters. And yeah, I know Nanami's got ignition damage, but she's a tank. I was talking more specifically about attackers. Because then she and Dante can make a team. Yeah. So I will get Dante, because he's being given away for free. But I'm probably gonna pass on Virgil, especially because the new construct coming afterwards is one that I'm really, really excited for. And so I wanna go ham rolling for Bianca's new frame. Physical characters aren't very flexible in the long run. Yeah. The Nile team, I think, kind of did that to them. Because Ishmael and Luna work with all elements, but not with physical. So physical is a lot less flexible. You're gonna get the new Bianca frame too. Yeah, I'm so excited. And she's bringing a whole new effect to the game. That's the main thing that excites me. I really like using like light damage in games. You hear So Hot had OP? Oh, do you mean and? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people are... I know a lot of people think Bianca's very attractive. Not me myself, because... different persuasion. But, you know, I still think she's pretty. Oh, you had your exam yesterday? Oh, you must be tired. You hate math? Ugh. Rough. I hope you can get some good rest. What's his name? Let me see. Someone named Haynes? Yes, Haynes. Has he arrived yet? You need some Coke. Like the drink? You need some soda? Diet or zero? Yeah. That guy? He's right behind you. Been sitting on those stone steps for ages. The port manager turns around in surprise, coming face to face with a middle-aged man. Seabirds circle overhead as the middle-aged man gives the port manager a brief nod before returning his gaze to the departing vessels. When he arrived this morning, he was sobbing uncontrollably over the cargo. Those samples. Kept saying he'd never abandon his children. Something about his beloved. I think he might be mentally unstable. Are you sure the higher-ups want him on that ship? The port manager's gaze shifts downward to the middle-aged man's ankle, where a tattoo-like code is visible. The numbers there indeed match the information he received. It's definitely him. I suppose scientists are all strange in their own way. Besides, so what if he's crazy? This world's already insane enough. One more madman won't make any difference. Hey, you! Haynes? The middle-aged man turns his head again. Get on board. Keep an eye on your precious children. Not just my children, but my own continued existence is in there too. I'll watch over them carefully. Whatever you say. Hurry up and board. We're leaving. I'm pretty sure I just watched that guy stab himself, so I don't know how he's there. Reincarnation. She blinks, and the old ugly figure flashes away. Sitting across from her now is only a new generation human, still studying at the military academy, looking at her with eyes full of curiosity. Yeah, maybe clones. He's doing some kind of genetic modification stuff, so could be. Maybe the version of him that died in the hospital wasn't really him. Maybe that's the real Haynes. Or he did the Joseph Joestar? I don't know what that means, but I assume it has something to do with faking your own death. It's been a long time since the punishing outbreak. So long that even Vera has begun to forget those days. I mean, I know about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I've never seen it. Yet the scene before her eyes is strikingly similar to back then. Make way! Make way! Let the gurney through first. How many wounded are still in the corridor? Too many to count. Is the operating room available yet? A couple of them can't wait any longer. After the abnormal outbreak, people have repurposed this abandoned hospital as a makeshift field hospital. The one on the operating table is beyond help. If there's no way, just take them off. Why are they beyond help? The corrupted tore a huge hole through the patient's body. It's already a miracle they've lasted this long. What's your relationship to the patient? Are you people from Babylonia? No, it's got 9 seasons? I knew it had a lot, but I didn't know it had that many. The doctor quickly sizes up this unusually distinctive construct. Vera carries a box with a coat draped over her arm. The coat's side bears a large blood-stained hole, telling the entire story of the patient's condition in the operating room. Let me explain this one last time. The patient has head trauma, and the abdominal wound cannot be repaired. We can't stop the bleeding. This is just a temporary medical station. We don't have enough wound repair materials to handle this kind of situation right now. Your earlier suggestion won't work either. We don't have modification capabilities here. Unless we contact Babylonia for rescue right now, and ideally evacuate all patients from this temporary medical station, there's nothing more we can do. I have some emergency repair materials here that should temporarily patch large wounds. I'll keep them alive until support arrives. She lifts the box with both hands, holding it out to the doctor. After one glance at the markings on it, the doctor furrows their brow. This is... I can't use this without authorization. Don't overthink it. I'll take full responsibility. Use it now to treat their wounds. Sure. The doctor's gaze lingers on the red-haired construct for a moment, but they choose not to question where these life-saving materials came from. They simply take the box and hurry back to the operating room. Before the door closes, Vera's gaze falls once more on your body laying in the operating room, a face twisted in agony, trapped in the grip of nightmares. Okay, is that a typo, or does that mean it's actually me? Oblivious to the world beyond the darkness you're in, your stamina drains away as you remain trapped in dreams of the past. Even the vital sign monitors keep triggering alarms. That hurt. Oh, so that is me. Before being wounded by the corrupted, what exactly happened to them? Back then, why did they get separated from the FOS squad? At that moment, the communication device at her waist seems to transmit a condescending taunt. Oh well, Luke is actually 30 seconds late. My display clearly shows you've reached the target location, so where's your report? Don't tell me you're actually scared on your first trip to the surface. Vanessa? The communication device crackles with static, seemingly affected by some signal interference. After being smacked firmly a couple of times, it returns to normal, and the figure on the other end comes into view. It's me. What's wrong? Not happy to see me? Nothing. Just feels like something's not right here. But there's nothing wrong on my end. Vanessa takes a deep breath. I don't need this kind of vague response. If you're really not clear-headed, then get the hell out of the squad now. Just because we were unlucky enough to be teammates today and I rolled the dice to become the Red Team Commandant doesn't mean I'll bite my tongue to earn credits by putting up with your worthless mouth. And besides, this is just a combat exercise location. The surrounding areas are all established conservation areas that have been stable for years. If anything were to actually happen here, you might as well do nothing and just pray where you stand. You're planning to get a new device? What should you get? A tablet or a phone? I don't know. I don't really know a lot about what's on the market at the moment. If you already have a good phone, I'd maybe go for a tablet. But if you have a phone that's kind of not really serving your needs anymore, or you just don't even have a phone at all, then I would probably start with a phone because it's a bit more portable, more useful. Both her emotional venting and necessary instructions conclude at precisely the right moment. Vanessa takes another breath before issuing commands to all Red Team members. Alright, everyone spread out and continue the operation. I heard the blue team has left plenty of traps for us. Stay alert. Roger that. We're currently in the ruins of some Copperfield Group high-rise. There's burnt ash everywhere. Luke, report your progress. Zone E, 2nd to 6th Street. 81% clear. 7 traps neutralized. Steady forward advance. There are mini tablets? Yeah, but I feel like if I'm getting a tablet instead of a phone, I'd want it to have a larger screen. But that's just me. After hearing your report, the team communication channel, previously dead silent under Vanessa's command, finally fills with scattered, faint cheers, as if they're relieved to have such a capable teammate. We haven't even found where the blue team hid their flag, and you're already celebrating this minor success. Looks like you're all perfectly suited for the bottom ranks. You think everything will be smooth sailing just because Luke and I are on your team? The combat exercise isn't just about team performance. The instructors monitor each of your individual performances before you slack off. And Luke, you two, don't think. Just act superior. Anyone's. Your signal's breaking up. After adjusting the terminal, the voices on all channels remain clear and unclear and distorted. Clear and undistorted. That's the opposite of what I was trying to say. Is there a problem with this area's communications? A sound seems to come from the distance. You remove your tactical headphones and look up. A corrupted is squeezing through a gap in the fence, struggling to extend its hand in this direction. Oh yeah, they're corrupted here. Raising the service pistol, even as your brain still tries to process that this is just a ground base used for combat exercises, your muscle memory proves more reliable, instantly firing a bullet that pierces the corrupted's core. Wow, baby's first corrupted. In the next moment, more red lights flicker through the gaps in the fence. 1, 2, 3... This is definitely not part of the exercise. You maintain a standard shooting stance, locking eyes with the gaze peering through the gaps. Your heart pounds uncontrollably. This is your first time on the ground for practical training, and more importantly, your first encounter with real corrupted. But neither the images from textbooks nor the virtual reality simulations back in Babylonia can compare to this face-to-face welcoming party with a group of corrupted. Calling in... Problem here. Corrupted. Must evacuate. The terminal in hand continues to crackle with static, clearly indicating that more people have been affected by this sudden attack. Unable to face the growing number of corrupted, you quickly decide to retreat, rushing toward the nearest conservation area. But soon, the wave of people flowing in the opposite direction reveals the harsh truth. Even the conservation area has fallen. What happened? You shout questions at the scattered, panicking crowd, but no one can provide a clear answer. Only frantic responses. Massive swarm of corrupted appeared. In an instant, an organized evacuation. Run! The corrupted are already catching up! The dust-covered crowd jostles you as they flee for their lives, choking clouds of smoke and dust filling the air. But through the mass of fleeing silhouettes and dust clouds, a fiery red figure stands motionless not far away. Huh? The relentlessly pursuing corrupted are closing in, yet that figure seems frozen in fear, showing no intention of running at all. Oh, Commandant, you're very wrong about that. She is definitely not frozen in fear. Hey! You instinctively spring into action, rushing toward the figure. Watch out! As you lunge toward the red figure, a corrupted tears through their abdomen. The pain strikes so suddenly that you can't even scream. Pain invades your vision like a dense black fog, clouding their sight. The screams of refugees around him fade to insignificance. Trembling, you try to cover the wound on your side, but your hand only passes through slick, warm blood. You're insane, you idiot! This is absolute cinema, except for that. The typos, you mean? Yeah, you get used to it with this game. As much as I like this game's story, the translation tends to be riddled with typos, but I just get through it as best I can. In the darkness, only that angry shout pierces through your mind. After that, everything fades to nothing. Wow, so Commandant was getting the shit beat out of them even back in their academy days. Even all the way back here. I was a regular in the hospital, wasn't I? On the first day after surgery, you regained consciousness, your head wrapped in bandages. Perhaps due to your regular physical training, your initial waking state is better than the doctors predicted. You're already able to keep your eyes open and scan your surroundings, gathering information and getting a rough grasp on the situation at hand. More typo sim than gotcha. Complex medical equipment surrounds you, with tubes connected all over your body. More intriguing, however, is the unexpected sight of a red-haired female construct peeling an apple beside the hospital bed. You're awake. Take a guess where you're at. Heaven or hell, your pick. Hospital? The dryness in your mouth is irritating. You instinctively move your cracked lips, trying to form words. Don't bother talking. It's pointless. They haven't even removed the tubes yet. I'm sorry to say this, but this isn't hell. You're unfortunately still alive. You're... Are we jumping back and forth from the past to the present? I think what's happening here is we're going through some of Vera's memories. At the beginning of each stage we've gone through so far, there's been a thing, like a progress meter for data synchronization. I think what's going on is Vera is switching frames, and it's like syncing her memory data. So we're going through it. So we're going through flashbacks at the moment, yeah. But we haven't gone to the present yet, as far as I know. You're... Just call me your great savior. This is a temporary medical station on the ground. I'm a construct from Babylonia who happened to pick you up during the chaos. Remember now? Oh, you're only 14? Well, I should tell you then that this is an 18 plus channel. Sorry about that. Just letting you know, because sometimes I talk about stuff. Perhaps noticing you're confused and faintly 14-year-olds now are scary. I believe you, but still, this is an 18 plus channel. So I prefer, yeah. I'm sorry though. Bye, sorry. Ooh, thank you for the head pats, Cole. Ooh, it's hard for me to put my foot down. I'm not good at this. I am. This is why I can't be an authority figure. I'm always, like, thinking about, like, how I cannot be in positions of authority. Because it is too hard for me to... It's too hard for me to, do this kind of thing. But thank you for complying. Sorry again, it's just, you know. Okay. I can ban. Yeah, I know I can, but I didn't want to, because I feel like that would just be like a... I think it would just be a better experience to leave, you know? I don't want to create that. Maybe that's stupid. Oh boy. I'm not good at this. But it's good that I'm going through this. I need to learn. I need to learn. Yeah, I prefer not to ban, because I just don't. I think it would be better for the other person to just like leave on their own. That's like if it were me, I would prefer to just leave on my own rather than being banned, because I feel like being banned might feel a little. But maybe it's different for different people. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of the other person's feelings. But yes, I'll get on with it now. And God, speaking of like stuff. I mean, this isn't going to be too bad, but speaking of 18 plus stuff, I have to admit that like one of my biggest thoughts going through this scene is just like I would enjoy this scene so much more if it was one of the guys who had saved me. Like, don't get me wrong, Vera, you're fine. But we're not gonna play like that. Different teams. Well, I guess the same team? Possibly? The phrase, I believe, is, I'm batting for the other team. Sorry. Anyway, I'll get back into the story now. I'll stop messing with you. My code name is Hound. You can call me that. Want some fruit? We only have apples here. Hound offers the fruit, but then brings the apple to her own lips, taking an exaggerated bite that crunches into the crisp flesh. So tired. Like, what if this were Chrome? If this had been Chrome or Lee, that would have been so nice. I mean, just a while ago, I went through, because Wansha Lucid Dreamer is still a relatively new frame, I went through his Bond story. And in that one, in a somewhat convoluted turn of a series of events, the Commandant and some other people eat bad mushrooms. And so Wansha has to take care of me during that that ordeal. And that's kind of nice. I mean, Wansha's not my favorite of the guys, just like appearance-wise, but I can still appreciate the situation for what it is. I can still appreciate getting taken care of. And his new frame looks better than his old one, at least. But yeah, if it were Chrome here, I would be dead. How boring. We'll talk about other things after you've recovered for a few days and moved to a regular ward. Don't make me waste the test subject I've handed over. I'd hate for you to lose your life on top of me failing this mission. On the second day after surgery, you regained consciousness in the intensive care unit. An unfamiliar construct stands by the bedside, peeling an apple. Your body clock's pretty consistent. You woke up around this time yesterday, too. Yesterday? You feel a familiar dryness in your mouth, as if you've been in this state for a long time. This is... Huh? You don't remember me? Do you even remember how you got here? I don't remember. God, I've been losing my memory a lot lately. I gotta get that checked out. Fantastic. Should I congratulate you on the unfortunate awakening once again, only to discover your head's been damaged? Well, I mean, didn't they say earlier that I had head trauma? So I guess that makes sense. Where is the instructor and the others? You won't be going back to the organization anytime soon. If you can understand basic instructions, just listen to me. I'm the Babylonia construct specifically assigned to you. Ugh, I can't believe I have to repeat this nonsense again. The doctor says you have an intracranial hematoma. It's not serious and can heal on its own, so they didn't perform surgery. But it might be temporarily compressing some nerves. In simple terms, your brain's going to be malfunctioning for a while. From the looks of it, you've lost your memory. What a cliché turn of events. What have I forgotten? I don't know how far back in your memories are intact. Let's run a test now, especially since you're in better shape today than yesterday. I will say it's fun to learn that Vera met me when I was just a little baby. A wee little commandant student. A wee little baby. I would guess Commandant is probably like a teenager at this point. I mean, I'm guessing they probably keep Commandant's exact age a bit vague so that people can kind of, self-insert, pick their own stuff. I've always kind of imagined that my Commandant would be like early 20s. Probably. I imagined that they would be going through FOS when they're a teenager. So I assume Commandant's a teenager at this point. So I'm a little teen preparing for war. The female construct takes a bite of the apple. Oh man, if I'm a teen, that must mean I'm still figuring out my sexuality. Because if we're going on my timeline, I mean, I knew for a while, but I don't think I admitted anything until I was like 16 or 17. And I also did that thing that sometimes people do, where when I first came out, I said I was bi. I'm not. But at the time, I still wanted to entertain the possibility of being attracted to a woman. And then time went on, and I was just like, I'm done kidding myself. It hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it will. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not gonna close the door permanently, you never know what could happen. But as of now, I've never been attracted to a woman. I should say I've never been attracted to a woman without accidentally thinking she's a man. And then learning that she's a woman and being disappointed. Some people look very gender nonconforming, and sometimes that leads me to think that a very fit woman with like short hair is a man, and that's my mistake. What's your name? Where are you from? What's the last thing you remember? Think carefully about each one. Okay, well that's my real name. Those two are fake. I'm Luke. I'm a student at FOS Military College. On the verge of graduating. Yeah, I could have been John. I'm John. My last memory is... I think I was participating in some kind of ground combat simulation. Who are my teammates? I should be able to remember. Neurons search for pathways through your skull, but the moment they touch your memories, intense pain erupts. It hurts. What if their name actually was John or Jane? That'd be confusing, I'd imagine. Because then I'd probably be looking at the options being like, why is my name here twice? Your memories are like a hazy cloud of mist, right before your eyes, yet impossible to grasp, no matter how you try. Pain envelops your every attempt to reach for that mist. Within mere seconds, cold sweat breaks out across your forehead. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever, had an experience where I've, lost memory. The only things I can think of are, if I've ever passed out or, gone under, anesthesia for, a surgery of some kind. I have passed out before, but, although I was disoriented at first, I still remembered everything. And then, with the anesthesia, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe I forgot stuff, but probably not a whole lot, because I also remember at one point, the most recent, actually, perhaps I think the only time I've ever been on anesthesia is when I got my wisdom teeth out a few years ago. And I distinctly remember waking up during the surgery at some point. I couldn't feel anything or anything, but I remember waking up. And I was still on the anesthesia. I was still totally out of it. And I think I was just I just opened my eyes for 5 seconds and then passed the fuck out again. But I do remember that happening. Although maybe that was also just just before I was being woken up. So maybe it wasn't during the surgery, but I thought it was. It seemed in hindsight as though there was some passage of time between. But it was fine. It was one of those things where it felt maybe this is just how anesthesia is. I've only been on it one time, so I can't quite say, but it felt like no time passed for me. I remember having them put in the needle, which freaked me out a little bit, and then talking to the doctor for a little bit afterwards, just as they were getting things ready, because I think they probably need to wait for you to fall asleep. I remember talking to the doctor for maybe 1 to 2 minutes, and then just nothing until waking up. So maybe I forgot a bit of the tail end of that, because I feel I don't really remember falling asleep when that happened. That would be one of your biggest fears, waking up during a surgery as the sleeping gas wore off. Well, that's the good... I would hate that too. That would be one of my greatest fears too. But luckily the good thing is it wasn't wearing off. Because I went right back down. It was just one moment of being awake. And again, thankfully, I was still loopy enough that I was like not thinking about the fact that I was still in surgery, you know? I mean, like, it was there, it was in my mind, but I did not at the time have the mental capacity to be afraid. Especially because like I passed out again like immediately. So I didn't even really have time to register what was happening. It's mostly just in hindsight that I'm putting that together. And then the other thing about that one time I went under anesthesia is I shook it off real fast. I remember waking up after the surgery, having like a few minutes where I was very. I remember specifically, like my mom was there, and obviously I couldn't talk. It was wisdom teeth surgery, so I had stuff in my mouth, and also I had just woken up. So like for those couple minutes, I was communicating with my mom by like tracing letters on her hand. I remember specifically, I said, like by tracing it on her hand, I feel silly. And then quickly after that, I ended up becoming like fully lucid. Which is good for me because in addition to just like I'm terrified of surgery, so I was not looking forward to it. But in addition to that, I was also scared about the possibility of like doing embarrassing things while still kind of under the influence of anesthesia. So in a way, it's kind of really good that I like got over it very fast. Like I literally remember like a few minutes of being kind of out of it and then very quickly just being okay. You received anesthesia 3 times in your life? Yeah. I received something else one time. I think it was Novocaine. Although, I don't know. Is that also called anesthesia? Does it all like fall under the same umbrella? Because if that's true, then I have gone under 2 times. I guess I should say I've gone under for surgery twice, and they've both been tooth related. They've both been teeth. The first one was when I was like a little kid. And what's a Green Day song? What did I say? That's a Green Day song. The first time was when I was very, very young. I think like 8 years old. I had to get all 4 of my like canine teeth taken out because something about them, they were like my baby canine teeth. Something about them. I don't know. I don't remember why, but I had to get them taken out. And then the later time was when I got my wisdom teeth out, which was, I think, when I was 20 or 21. So like 5 or 6 years ago. Those are the only 2 times. And I remember also from when I was younger, the time I got the Novocaine, which the other thing is, I'm pretty sure the Novocaine was something I drank. Whereas the anesthesia that I got when I got my wisdom teeth out was an IV, which scared me a lot more. But when I had the Novocaine, something I do remember from that was when I got off that, like, I don't think I was necessarily loopy, but something that did happen was I tried to like get up out of the bed. Like I tried to get up and leave on my own, and I could not stand. Like I slid off the like cot or gurney or whatever, the medical bed that I was on, and my legs just would not hold me up, and I fell, and I was caught, thankfully. Because I'm pretty sure they saw me getting up and they were like, oh no, don't do that. And they got ready to catch me, thankfully. They might have even told me, like, oh no, don't get up. And I just did anyway, because I was 8 and also probably tired. But I remember that happening. And then, so I feel like it's weird that the other time that I went under anesthesia when I was older, I shrugged it off so quickly. Because I remembered that experience as a child, and I expected not to be okay right away, you know? And then I just kind of was. Like after just a few minutes. Like I even just like I think they do a thing where like they can like don't they do that, like where sometimes after you get a surgery they like will wheel you out. They'll like take you in a wheelchair to where you're going next because you can't walk yet. Like that's a thing, right? I feel like that's a thing. I didn't even need that. I just walked out of there. And I was fine. I didn't even stumble. It's so weird that I just think it's weird that I had those two very different experiences with it. Because the first time I was very much not able to walk, and then the second time I was just like, yeah, I got it. And it's also funny because like the time when I was a kid, I very much thought that I was going to be able to walk and then couldn't. Whereas when I was an adult, I was like, I'm probably not going to be able to walk. And then I tried it and I was like, oh no, I guess I am fine. The confidence was the opposite of what I should have had. Oh boy, this has been a way longer tangent than I thought it would be. Anyway. Pain envelops every attempt to reach for that mist. Within seconds, cold sweat breaks out across your forehead. I can't remember. Seems like you only remember things from before landing. Alright, that's enough. Forcing yourself won't do anything. All because I was trying to remember if there were any moments in my life where I'd had a lapse of memory. I mean, I forget things in a normal way. It's not this kind of thing. Not amnesia. What else was I gonna say? Oh, you know what I have had? Sorry, I hope this doesn't become another tangent because I do want to get moving. What I have had is fake memories, because sometimes I have had dreams that I thought really happened. And then I've been confused about why they didn't happen. So I've had memories of things that aren't real. I've had additional memories, but I don't think I've lost any. That's always a little weird and embarrassing when you have a dream and you think it's real and then have to learn later that it didn't happen. Because you just end up talking to somebody who appeared in your dream, and you talk to them about yeah, we did this, or we talked about this, and they're just like, what? No, we didn't. and then you're like, oh, that was a dream. That didn't happen. I still need to update you on the situation. It doesn't seem very worthwhile, though. According to the doctor, this memory loss you're experiencing will likely recur. I can tell you everything now, but tomorrow you might just reboot again. Tell me about it. You raise your arm with the needle in it, pointing to your belongings in the corner that still bear the United FOS insignia. Oh my god. Sorry, but I do need to say this as well. I know, last week, I was streaming one day last week, and I mentioned that I had to get blood drawn, one day last week, right? And that made me very unhappy. Because I'm terrified of blood. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Not necessarily bad with needles, but bad with blood. So like IVs and stuff freak me out. Not because of the needle, but because of the blood. Guess what? I had to get blood drawn again next week. I was so happy because I thought it was finally done and I wouldn't have to think about it anymore. And now I have to do it again, and I'm so not looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. But the good thing is, because it was so recent, it was over very quickly. So I have a recent memory of it being over very quickly. So I can tell myself, it'll be over very quickly. I still just don't want to do it. But anyway. My terminal should be in that bag. Please bring it to me. Thank you. And so just, I guess I'm just saying that because next week, when I go get my blood drawn, just think of me and think, wow, Luke is being so brave. I'm proud of him. The red-haired construct curiously rummages through the backpack and quickly finds a terminal with a spiderweb of cracks across its screen. She hands the battle-damaged device over. Surprisingly, it still turns on. The quality of your terminals isn't half bad. If my memory keeps rebooting, then I'll record the important information. What's your name? Why are you following me? And why are you helping me? Watching you struggling to hold up the terminal with shaking hands while asking questions with such a serious expression, the female construct suddenly bursts into laughter, waving the fruit knife in her hand up and down as peals of laughter escape her throat. She's laughing at me. Wow, mean. Are all you FOS folks this funny? Why so serious? Think you can earn extra credit or something? She laughs so hard that tears form in her eyes, completely forgetting the slightly yellowed, oxidized apple in her hand. This is the part where my commandant starts crying. Cause he's upset and sad, and now he's being laughed at. Okay, I'll tell you. I've changed my mind. My real name is Vera, and you can call me that in private. Vera. Don't record that in your terminal. You can record my code name in your terminal, Hound. Call me that when other people are around. I'm a construct from Babylonia, though I usually work on the ground. Recently, the higher-ups ordered FOS's little masters and mistresses to come down for field training, so I got assigned to babysit them. We're not masters and mistresses, nor are we children. Think whatever you want. Fragile flowers raised in the greenhouse of Babylonia are terrible at self-assessment. If you want me to drop this, precious, why not show me some real substance and prove yourself? It's a little funny to imagine my little commandant, probably like 17 years old, being like, I'm not a child, struggling to hold up his iPad. Sounds nice. Clamming up like that. This one's a complete fool. Is there any other information about you? That's all I'll tell you for now. The rest depends on your condition tomorrow. That's all for now. You should get some rest. Vera takes a bite of her apple, then rests her other hand on your forehead, gently stroking it as if soothing a small animal. But you... Is a construct's hair really all synthetic fiber? You part your lips slightly, as if wanting to say something, but for some reason you swallow your words. That's right, just like that. No matter how many questions my little hatchling has, put them aside for now. Little hatchling? How did she know I was gonna be a Grey Raven? Return to your dreams. That's the best place for someone who's injured. Get well soon. Your eyelids grow heavy. Perhaps it's the medicine, or perhaps it's the miraculous way the human body repairs itself. Either way, drowsiness overtakes you once again. If you recover well, you'll be moved to the regular ward tomorrow. What a pain. Having to play nice with those Babylonia people. I should have just taken the test materials back to headquarters. Whatever. My mind must have short-circuited to decide to use that thing to save your life. What? Vera's voice gradually fades away, sinking into the dark waters of unconsciousness. The third day after surgery, or at least that's what you learn from the notes on your terminal. It's already been 3 days since the operation. My brain is broken. You glance around once more and conclude you've been successfully transferred to a regular ward. This is tremendously good news, and it means neither trauma, punishing, nor any potential infections were able to claim your life. When Vera walks into the hospital room carrying a bag of apples, this is the scene that greets her. The unfortunate soul from FOS apparently couldn't contact anyone. They're holding up their terminal, using its spiderwebbed screen as a mirror while gently tugging at the bandages and gauze on their face. Seeing the construct enter, you freeze, then set down your terminal. Who are you? Great. Looks like they've rebooted again. It's so funny. I just had this exact same experience in the last chapter I went through. I mean, different situation, but still. Why is this one blue? Hi again. I'll say, do whatever you want with your black cards. But again, this is an 18+ stream, so I am going to have to ask you to go. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna pick the blue option, just because I don't know why it's blue. And that's interesting to me. Vera pauses abruptly, as if hearing a distant call. But the brief moment of discomfort quickly subsides into the depths of her mind. She brushes it off. Not bad. You've got all this recorded in your terminal? Let me see. Not right now. Is that another school regulation? I'm your assigned construct, but I can't look at your terminal. Let me say it again. The higher-ups want to further develop Commandant Construct collaborative tactics. That's why they assigned constructs to assist you reserve commandants for this graduation assessment. That's how I got transferred here, which means I have the right to access. I can tell from your face. You think I have no right to access it. Is this how Babylonia usually treats constructs? I really can't. What if I wait until you're asleep and force my way into it? It doesn't use a password. Force hacking won't work. Well, isn't that just perfect? The Commandant's absolute authority, right? Vera pulls up a chair beside the bed and sits down. In her hands, an apple appears, waiting to be peeled. I can't be bothered with this nonsense anymore. Whatever. I promised you yesterday that I'd explain more about the current situation. Go ahead. Let's start with how you got this wound. Vera's gaze briefly lingers on your side. At that time, we were both in the middle of a combat assessment, about to rendezvous with the main force. But then, an unexpected incident burst out of nowhere. Abnormally active Corrupted not only broke through the base defenses specifically designed for combat training, but even the two nearby conservation areas couldn't escape unscathed. We got separated from FOS's team. You were severely injured while helping evacuate the conservation area, so I had no choice but to keep you in the danger zone temporarily to save your life first. I had no choice but to use the test materials. Test materials? Yes. It's a new type of repair material we were supposed to collect for our combat mission. It's still in the testing phase. The expected effect is that it can better contain the punishing virus while maintaining good compatibility with the human body. It might become a better material for protective suits and surgical repairs in the future. I'm deliberately explaining this in simple terms. From this, you can imagine just how valuable it actually is. Would these assets really be used so casually in combat situations? Originally, we only needed to deliver the material to the next base to complete the assessment mission. But now, as you can see... Vera lifts up the clothing around the Commandant's waist, exposing the bandaged wound to the air. This is the gash where a Corrupted pierced through you. I used the oh-so-precious test material to fill your wound. Don't blame yourself or panic. Once your condition is stable, we'll turn you in along with the material. When we get back to Babylonia's territory, professionals will remove it for you, and your abdominal wound will receive better treatment. Have you reported this matter to your superiors over the past few days? Vera shakes her head. Didn't you just try to contact the outside world yourself? I saw you when I walked in. Were you able to reach anyone? You're right. I couldn't reach anyone. That's right. All communication signals in this area have been affected. You can't get through, and neither can I. But there's some good news. I've gathered some important intel. These are the coordinates to a temporary Babylonia connection point. We just need to get there. As she speaks, Vera points to another marked location. I'm gonna just frown. Temporary. That's what I said. There's been an unusual amount of corrupted activity in this area, so all arrangements have changed. I'm lying. It's actually a Corona stronghold. You need to come back with me and hand over those materials, or I won't be able to complete my mission. So, after 3 days, do you understand our current situation now? I think so. Thank you, Vera. Now we just need your body to recover quickly. Once you're mobile, we'll immediately leave this temporary medical station. The corrupted are moving strangely this time. I suspect it might spread further, if it reaches here. Vera doesn't finish her sentence, but it's clear that time is a luxury for both of them. Roger that. Good. We've covered everything important. Would you like some apples? Vera cuts a small piece of apple and hands it over. You haven't eaten anything these past 2 days, but whenever I had an apple, you kept eyeing it hungrily. I doubt you'd bother recording something like that. You still can't eat today, but we can do it like this. She gently squeezes the fruit, and a drop of pearlescent juice falls onto your cracked lips, a drop of blessed rain on parched earth. Watching you lick your lips, she smiles in response. Apple. Bapple. Look at your face. Look at you with your face all wrapped in bandages. Luke, how about I give you a code name too? I said Bapple. That's what I said. Bapple. Little mummy or big mummy? Take your pick. Both are good. You like them? Too bad. I won't use them yet, then. I'll just call you Little Commandant and be done with it. Oh, you mean what Vera just did? The Little Commandant diligently notes down every conversation with Vera. And so, 3 more days pass with memory resets each morning, until today. You recover quickly. Today, you're already able to get out of bed while holding onto the handrail, improving at a pace that surprises even Vera. More importantly, today your memory doesn't reset to before your arrival on the surface. You actually remember me today? I even remember you staying by my side last night. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw you resting in the chair. It seems like you were having a nightmare? Can it really be called that? A nightmare. You look at Vera and she can almost see her own furrowed brow from last night reflected in your eyes. Yes, constructs have nightmares too. In that regard, maybe we're not so different after all. There was never much difference to begin with. We're all just living the same life. The fact that you'd even ask such a question shows you haven't spent enough time around constructs. School is nothing like the battlefield. Enough of that. Here, if you beg me for it, maybe I'll even let you have some fruit. Vera peels another apple and offers you a small piece. It seems you can finally eat a little something now. Your memory retention has improved. Seems the intracranial hematoma is getting better. That's good. Thank you for taking care of me, Vera. You absolutely should thank me. But rather than that, why don't you try to recall what happened before while you're in good condition? A hint of scrutiny creeps into Vera's gaze. My memory hasn't reset today, but I still only remember what happened before the landing. I don't remember anything about the corrupted activity, or getting separated from the organization that you mentioned. That's fine then, same as before. Vera seems to let out a slight sigh of relief. Why don't you tell me about yourself instead? I don't really know much about you, little commandant. About me? Just talk about your life in FOS. What kind of mentors and friends you had. Things like that. That's quite a long story. Even though your memory hasn't retained much, this past week of your interactions has been meticulously recorded on your terminal. Holding this terminal is like holding all the care and attentive treatment you received from constructs these past few days. After some thought, you select a specific point and begin talking. Let's start with when I entered FOS College. The sun gradually climbs higher outside the hospital room window, their shadows shifting with it. So if it's FOS College, maybe I'm not a teenager anymore? I don't know. I'm assuming like late teens is where I'm at right now as Commandant. You had not only lost your memories since arriving on the surface, but even your past memories are fragmented and intermittent. Wait, did I read the one before that? No, I don't think I did. Or maybe I did. The sun gradually climbs up higher outside the hospital room window, their shadows shifting with it. Nevertheless, after several exchanges, Vera has pretty much figured out what life and studies were like at FOS, even learning about that silver-haired girl who consistently placed second in the rankings. That's about everything. You people are so lucky. While the surface is in turmoil, Babylonia at least provides you with a peaceful place to grow up in. Babylonia. Calling you greenhouse flowers wouldn't be an exaggeration. I'll prove that I'm more than that. Or should I just play along and say I'm looking forward to that day? Don't take other people's opinions too seriously. This world can't eliminate prejudice. Unless punishing wipes out all of humanity. What about you, Vera? Me? Why did you become a construct? And what was your past like? Vera suddenly freezes mid-bite. For a moment, she seems transported back in time, to a time before she became a construct, even before she graduated from the military academy. She can almost see that arrogant, neurotic old man sitting on the hospital bed, responding to her life story with a sneer. You're making that up. The person she was back then isn't so different from the Commandant now. They share the same sharpness and passion, but hers was buried beneath the coldness that the punishing brought after 2160. She blinks, and the old ugly figure flashes away. Sitting across from her now is only a new generation human, still studying at the military academy, looking at her with eyes full of curiosity. She finds herself at a loss for words, finding it difficult even to fabricate a response. Vera's lips curl into her trademark smirk. So that's it. That's why I'm interested in you. What? It's nothing. You wanted to hear it, so I'll tell you. Consider it an exchange of intelligence, since you've already told me quite a bit about yourself. Maybe this will be her telling me more about herself. Okay. Leaving for the new world. Just a lonely, vulnerable human who hasn't even graduated yet, without a proper weapon, injured and unsteady on their feet. Data synchronization progress, 49%. Vera slowly begins peeling her second apple of the day. She's grown accustomed to it, using it as a trigger to draw out her memories. Just like that night before the punishing outbreak, she's once again fabricating a story from her past to achieve some purpose. The apple peel is suspended under her knife, hanging by a thread, After briefly considering her outline, she begins her tale. Okay, so she's not even gonna tell me the truth. I never even had parents. I lost both of them when I was very young. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? I don't want to hear it. Not exactly a happy beginning, right? Anyway, I was passed around between distant relatives ever since I was little. When one family didn't want me, I'd go to the next. Then I'd bring them bad luck and get sent away again. Apparently my parents left me quite a fortune. So even though they didn't like me, my relatives would stick around for a while because of the hefty inheritance. I've seen plenty of shameless people fighting over money. Fortunately, I was still touched by the lingering light of the Golden Age. Once I was a bit older, I found a way to get away from those people. Then, where did you go? Back then, no one could have predicted the approaching punishing disaster. All people saw before them was an era of unprecedented peace. In those days, most people were planning for a more stable life, myself included. My grades and physical aptitude were pretty good, so I chose to enter a formal officer academy. Quite different from the mercenary systems of that time. Long story short, I had a stable career path. That was the best choice for you at the time, wasn't it? I could get away from those annoying relatives, move into government-provided dormitories, and if my performance was good enough, maybe even get stationed somewhere peaceful and cushy as an officer for a few years. You must have had excellent grades. What makes you say that? Do I look like the serious, studious type? To be honest, not really, but you take matters concerning me quite seriously. Well, you're half right. She weighs her words carefully, the boundary between her fabricated outline and the truth she experienced gradually blurring into ambiguity. When it came to academics, I was quite diligent. I also considered myself cautious in other matters. For example, back then, I received invitations from many consortia and institutions. Just by signing contracts with them, I could have gotten substantial material support, enough to replenish the assets that were spent and plundered after I chose my academy. Did you accept? I didn't accept any of them. On one hand, I believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. I always felt that someone might use those contracts to do something harmful. But in retrospect, it wouldn't have mattered much. That sign the wrong contract and you're dead environment only became widespread after the punishing outbreak. Order and prosperity often go hand in hand, a quality that the Golden Age was in no shortage of. As for the other reason, I thought I was so impressive with my own unique survival strategy, when really, it was just about fighting to be number one in everything, creating more options for myself. That's all. So what kind of choices did you get? They were all trash. They barely qualified as choices. It was just me reacting to my circumstances. Vera narrows her eyes slightly as memories resurface, slicing through a piece of fruit peel. How should I explain this to you? At that time, some of my classmates from well-off families aimed to graduate into logistics or similar positions. But such comfortable futures required finding someone else to shoulder the burden in more demanding locations. Then there were those with leadership skills and charisma, whose life goal was simply to climb as high as possible. They didn't care about going to the front lines. All that mattered to them was being the ones who held the most power. These types usually had their factions. So, all sorts of classmates and comrades took notice of someone like me. Excellent academic performance, but no background, no family, and few friends. At first, they bestowed their invitations upon me, mostly under the pretense of sharing mutual benefits, expecting me to join them with grateful reverence. I call your bluff. Oh? Eager to jump in with an answer? Vera glances at you, goes back to the fruit, and continues peeling. You're right. I was too uncooperative for my own good. They got irritated and started placing little harmless stumbling blocks in my path, making me slip up during training, or causing trouble during minor operations, then slapping me with the label of malicious competitor. Hi, Red Earthling. I'm doing very well. How are you? I hope you're doing well too. Also, I've seen you've subscribed again the past couple times you've been here, and I've always noticed too late, so I wanted to say thank you for subscribing. While I was struggling in their spiderweb, they'd use the same tactics against anyone willing to associate with me. It was a predictable outcome. I traveled alone, and in the end, I left alone. In between, all kinds of people walked with me for a while, only to part ways for various reasons. The fruit peel falls into the plate with a soft scraping sound, completely removed. Back then, Vera might have indeed cut through the spiderweb, only to fall into an even deeper, bottomless pit. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you think so. It really means a lot to hear things like that. I'm in my I'm in my era of trying to accept other people's compliments enthusiastically, because I'm realizing that I can't be trusted to do it on my own. There's no point in talking about this anymore. Whatever order existed back then, the punishing virus has torn it all to shreds. You're doing alright. Sorry you don't always stay very long because you're usually working when I stream. Oh, don't apologize. You don't have to be sorry. It's okay. Work should come first, you know? So don't feel bad or anything. It's totally okay. I understand. It's not like I'm gonna chain you... Not like I'm gonna chain you to a wall and force you to stay here, you know? Whether you believe in it or not is entirely up to you. What do you think? She suddenly realizes that her listener hasn't responded for quite some time. She looks up toward the hospital bed, only to freeze in surprise, because she sees that the little commandant from FOS is still holding the apple slice she had cut earlier, not having taken a single bite, just furrowing their brow and staring intently at her. No problem. Thank you, Red Earthling. I hope things go well at work. Thank you for the lurk. What pricks? A mocking laugh escapes her lips. You actually believed that? The Commandant is momentarily stunned. At this very moment, Vera hears the words that man spoke many years ago echoing in her ears. You made that up, didn't you? Just as a poor person can't imagine the limits of a rich life, your story is riddled with holes. You've never been loved. Are you lying to me? Seeing the earnest expression on the Commandant's face, Vera tastes a hint of surprise within herself. She hadn't even realized that with each response from the Commandant, her narrative has been gradually becoming more and more truthful. I was just joking earlier. I wasn't lying to you. That's how the story really went. So then, after listening for so long to this boring story of mine, did you learn what you wanted to know? You didn't really ask much. With all your questions, were you trying to learn about the life of my temporary teammates? Or did you want to understand what the world looked like at the tail end of the Golden Age? She casually places the sliced apple into the dish, as if everything she just shared had nothing to do with her. After hearing her story and watching her nonchalant movements, the Commandant suddenly poses a somewhat strange question. Vera, are you disappointed? What kind of stupid question is that? Do I look disappointed to you? Or are you saying that if you input experiences like these, the only possible output is cynicism and world weariness? You really are sheltered, aren't you? You haven't even graduated from FOS yet. How many people have you actually met? How many situations have you observed? You're probably still stressing over exam scores every day. Not all hardships will forge. But that was the Golden Age. And yet, the story I'm hearing is still one like this. If it were me, I'd probably be very disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all, because I never expected anything in the first place. I've always known about what human nature is really like. It's precisely because of this that I don't think the punishing had much impact on me. After all, humans are the same wherever they go. I merely jumped from one web into another. Vera viciously bites into an apple. If I have to put it into words, then I despise human civilization. Choose your words carefully before you speak. I don't want to hear any sanctimonious attempts at reconciliation. I'm just somewhat grateful. Grateful for what? I'm just grateful that you made it through it all. That you've come all this way. Vera finds herself confronted with yet another completely unexpected response, leaving her some sarcastic comebacks with nowhere to land. Over the years, she has tracked down traitors, interrogated criminals, and confronted all sorts of people, with their responses always aligning closely with what she'd anticipated. Now, she finds herself repeatedly thwarted in this brief conversation, sinking into an unfamiliar silence. Now that you're in Babylonia, is it somewhat better than before? How naive. Is it? Can this even be called naivety? You seem to belatedly realize I've said too much to a construct I've only recently met, and silently lower your head to nibble on an apple as well. The two observe each other in silence, eventually reaching a peculiar kind of understanding. You've been the one figuring everything out these past few days. Thank you. Taking care of you has truly been the easiest mission I've handled. However, rather than continuing to waste time on small talk, you should focus on how we'll reach the connection point to Babylonia next. Once you've recovered a bit more, we'll need to get moving. Vera checks the timeline Corono assigned her. There aren't many days left. Before the deadline, she must submit those test materials. Can we stay here a few more days? 2 days. Or 3. At the very least, we should wait until your stomach wound. The bedside lamp suddenly flickers on with urgency, while alarms in the corridor outside the ward begin to wail. Emergency alert. We're corrupted. You respond to the alarm etched in muscle memory, immediately propping yourself up on the hospital bed and struggling to climb down while clutching your side. Vera also springs to her feet instantly. If they spread all the way here, our rear defenses must have gone completely haywire. I've never seen a corrupted attack this ferocious before. An unsettling intuition creeps into her mind, but she can't quite grasp what it is. Do you understand what's happening, little Commandant? This attack you've unfortunately encountered is no ordinary one. Even if you run for your life, you might not be able to escape. She tightens her grip on her weapon. Afraid? I'm a little worried. Don't move on your own, you're injured. Wait here while I check the corridor. The sound of alarms is engraved in Vera's mind. She steps toward the exit and reaches for the door of the hospital room. Are you sure you want to open that door? Vera places her fingers on the door. She hears eerie screeching from the corridor, followed quickly by the agonized screams of those who couldn't evacuate in time. The shadow of the punishing virus looms over the earth. There's nowhere that's absolutely safe anymore. This temporary medical station will soon transform into a hellish inferno. She has walked the surface for many years. Since that winter of 2160, she has witnessed countless massacres just like that snowy night. Forget it. Change of plans. We're not leaving through the corridor. We're not that high up. We can use the window. She stares through the small window in the door at the corridor, but receives no response from you for an uncomfortably long time. I'm not running. Turn around and look. Just for a moment. Wait, what are you doing? She turns around with delayed realization. For a moment, she dreads seeing a scene reminiscent of that incident from years ago. But she immediately realizes with dismay. Yes, it's almost exactly the same. You stand motionless, poised in a martial stance, tightly gripping a small fruit knife. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. She bursts into sudden laughter. My dear Commandant, are you planning to perform a suicide ritual for me? That's certainly one way to lift my boredom. You stare at her in confusion, your eyes showing no recognition of her absurd question. Vera? I thought you'd be different from those damned bastards. You don't understand what she's talking about. You just furrow your brow, grip the small knife tightly, and speak with determination. I think you might be mistaken. I'm so curious what the blue responses mean, and I want to pick that one just because of it. That's who I'll always be, Vera. You follow Vera's gaze to the fruit knife, seemingly understanding something. I don't have anything better, so I'll have to use this. Now for the tactical command I'm supposed to give. Based on my assessment of the situation, we must retreat. Vera, clear us a path. I'm your temporary commandant, and I'll do my best not to slow you down. No blood spraying everywhere, no snow and wind rushing through the shattered windows, no corpse of a madman satisfied by suicide. Just a lonely, vulnerable human who hasn't even graduated yet, without a proper weapon, injured and unsteady on their feet. Yet this very same person insists on brandishing a laughably tiny fruit knife while solemnly talking about some situation assessment. And they even said, clear us a path. She feels like a mad dog who's been fighting in the sewers for years, suddenly encountering a proper soldier waving around an ID badge and a fruit knife. She wheezes, instinctively feeling that this winter would be unlike any other. Alright. The escape starts now, and no matter what, you better keep up with me, even if it costs you your life. Got that? Yay! I wonder if those blue options are like maybe Commandant is like using the mind beacon to interface with her and like also going through some of the data synchronization, and maybe like the blue responses are me trying to like me in the present trying to speak to her. Because it's been, the two responses have been, you are Vera, and that's who I'll always be. Which those do seem like things that I might say if I'm like trying to stabilize Vera's mind or something. My lips feel kind of dry. It may be time for some chapstick. Some chap of stick. My lips don't usually get this dry during the summer. It's more of a winter thing for me. Okay. Burning waters. Murky sea. That old man who used to sit in the corner, they died yesterday. In a dimly lit corner, several holographic projections appear one after another. The shadowy figures gather around a round table, silently exchanging glances to confirm each other's identities. We're missing someone. Let's wait a moment. After a minute passes, the meeting convener seems to sense something from everyone's silence. Where are they? Should we still wait? That old man who used to sit in the corner, they died yesterday. Don't look at me. I just found out myself. I don't even know how his funeral will be arranged yet. Corona leaders have been getting killed one after another lately. Who knows if they were involved in some weird project and got what was coming to them. I'm guessing no one dares to hold a big funeral for that old guy. Silence. The young voice obediently falls silent, along with its casual mockery. Then let's get straight to the point. You're in charge of tracking these recent killings. You speak first. I see that Aurora Squadron has also signed a team to assist with this. Those in charge should provide updates as well. Understood. Resources don't come for free. Silence! I didn't authorize you to speak. Wait, aren't I the one in charge here? There's a hint of impudence in his youthful voice. As he speaks, he activates his projection permissions. In an instant, everyone at the meeting can see the young man's face, as well as his surroundings. He's in what appears to be a prison-like environment, sitting amid a strange pile of netting, with dried salted fish hanging from the rusted bars above his head. Where are you? That's not important. I'll explain later. Let me introduce myself first. I assume some of you don't know who I am. My name is Hanif. I currently work for the Corona headquarters, and my job is to supervise several small units of the Aurora Squadron. They were originally secret forces from that flying fortress, but they branched off quite some time ago. I know Cole, he's handsome, but he works for Corona, which means he's probably not great. Probably not a great guy. People who work for Corona are not good, or they've been suckered. And he doesn't come across as someone who's been suckered. He is hot, though. Like, he might not be a great guy, but at least he's easy on the eyes. Also, why him shirt unbuttoned? Why his shirt unbuttoned? I mean, don't button it, but why? Why he doing that? Why he doing that? God. Let's get down to business. Recently, I've been investigating this matter. There's someone with an extreme hatred for Corona who's systematically assassinating our people. Actually, assassination isn't quite right, since the killer is rather flamboyant about it. They even announce who they'll kill next. It's got everyone flustered, judging by the looks of you lot, looking worried after one another. All concerned that they might be next, right? Honest Projection waves his arm, boldly pointing toward everyone present. But the killer is like a ghost hiding in the shadows. To be honest, I haven't been able to uncover any relevant information. But I've made a major discovery that's enough to identify the killer. We detected a strong punishing reactions on the recent victims' bodies. For this, we've only observed similar punishing reactions near Ascendants. Upon hearing Honest's words, a subtle stir ripples through the meeting. It's the summertime, gotta have the airflow. Yeah! But I normally get dry lips in the winter because when it's cold, the air gets drier. It's not typical for me to get it in the summer. The projections begin whispering to each other. Some discuss countermeasures against the crisis, while others seem excited about the potential ascendant. Hold on with the discussions. Whether it's an ascendant we haven't discovered yet, or some kind of controlled punishing creation, their target is us. I'd say it's more appropriate for everyone to worry about their own safety first. They're closing in, and they seem to know a lot about Corona. Recently, it even discovered my Aurora Squadron base. Just a few days ago, I signed for the body of several Aurora Squadron members who were out on a mission, along with a special message meant for everyone here. Onif clears his throat. The enemy specifically requested a ship. A small experimental vessel left by Daedalus. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what ship they're referring to? Upon hearing the enemy's specific demand, everyone falls unexpectedly silent. Amid this heavy silence, Onif continues to provide additional information. Fine, I'll explain. That ship originally belonged to a small medical biotech company under Copperfield. From what I understand, this company wasn't doing well financially. Even before the punishing virus, during the late Golden Age, the entire company was acquired by Daedalus, which once belonged to Corona. For context, Daedalus is even worse than Corona. The small vessel should have been an insignificant asset, yet its usage rights were also painstakingly transferred in the acquisition. I should also stress that Daedalus is worse than Corona, but Daedalus is gone now. Bianca actually slaughtered them all, and you can't blame her for it. Furthermore, after the punishing virus, that ship surprisingly logged quite a few more additional voyages. I suspect Daedalus used it to transport something at the time, but what exactly that was, I can't even guess. Everyone here is older than me, and judging by your expressions, you definitely know more about this, don't you? Oh no, he's smiling. Oh, I'm just now realizing when you said gotta have the airflow, you were referring to his chest being, to his shirt being unbuttoned, weren't you? I thought you were talking about my lips being chapped. I'm silly. But oh no, he's smiling. And he's hot. Uh-oh. Please let him not be too much of a dick. That way I can feel better about thinking he's attractive. I can guess what you're about to say. Wait a moment. Please let me finish first. I've investigated that ship and obtained some rather important information. It was specially configured with a key, and without that key, it cannot be activated at all. When Daedalus separated from Corono, they deliberately made an extra backup of this key and took it with them. I've heard the Corono headquarters spent many years attempting to recover this illegally backed up key, even dispatching a highly promising construct special operations team from Corona's Special Operations Division. The result was almost total annihilation. Several Corona members find Hanif's dramatic storytelling and giving them a headache, with some already pressing their hands against their foreheads. The matter concerning that ship is ancient history, and while it involves numerous complications, it shouldn't be connected to recent events. After all, of all the living people, living constructs connected to this, only one remains. So you're saying that Corono doesn't intend to provide the key either? I can't believe all the experience I've accumulated has been for nothing. Don't you people understand? I need to investigate this matter. The enemy has specifically requested this ship by name. You can't possibly refuse to give me even the slightest piece of information, can you? The shadowy figures respond with nothing but an even deeper silence. What? So you won't disclose anything to me? Expecting me to create a miracle? Fine then. I haven't finished yet. Let me add to that. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Hanif raises his eyebrows deliberately. Another indication that the enemy thoroughly understands Corono is that they've apparently synchronized this message with Babylonia as well. Babylonia has moved quickly. They've already dispatched people to recover the key. They aren't counting on the original in our possession, but are directly searching for the duplicate copy that Daedalus backed up years ago. Looks like they're preparing to investigate that ship. We failed to recover it back then, so who knows? Maybe Babylonia will actually manage to find it. The meeting falls silent for several seconds. This dialogue, delivered like a drawn-out storytelling, finally provokes the ire of the meeting's initiator. This critical information should have been disclosed at the beginning of the meeting. What else haven't you told us? Explain everything at once. This isn't a playground for your theatrics. Fine. I promise to tell you everything in one go this time. Hanif takes a deep breath. I've investigated. The one Babylonia sent is none other than Construct Vera, who previously served in Corona's Special Operations Division. Vera was part of the backup key recovery project years ago, and the only one who survived it. Leader of Cerberus Squad from Babylonia. As though I don't know that. I must admit my admiration. This Miss Vera is incredibly capable. She quickly made enormous progress, immediately tracking down the traitor who caused her Special Operations Division to fail back then. She extracted information from the traitor, so she's very likely already found the backup key, even before our meeting began. And not just that, she might have found the ship too. Just now, she set sail with that very ship. What do you mean, might have? This has already happened, honey! And there's more. Babylonia clearly considers this mission extremely important, as they've even sent the Grey Raven Commandant to secretly collaborate with her. Honey! In one go, I'm not done yet. Slow down, why the rush? Oh, and please don't blame me for incompetence in letting such an important matter slip by, standing by while those two do all the work. I must emphasize that I actually completed this mission quite well. I didn't miss such a good opportunity to get involved. I directly assisted Babylonia's operation throughout the whole thing, providing considerable support to Vera and that Commandant. I can confidently say that finding the backup key in the ship was partly due to Corono's contribution. Now, Babylonia has proactively expressed their willingness to accept relevant information provided by Corono. It sounds like we're about to embark on a pleasant journey of cooperation with Babylonia. Whew. Alright, I've finished reporting all my updates in one go. That's a wrap. Now that everyone's willing to dig up those long-buried matters, right? Or rather, you have no choice but to dig them up now, right? Where exactly is that experimental ship heading? I investigated and discovered it's equipped with an automated navigation system, but the destination wasn't specified. Is this destination what everyone's trying to conceal? The irritation brought on by Hanif's antics has yet to subside, with his declaration that that's a wrap still echoing in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, Hanif himself continues like a non-stop chattering parrot, valiantly trying to persuade the group. Let me give you a heads up. Corono's influence in Parliament isn't what it used to be. Parliament has improved management systems and ethical supervision for all laboratories, plus the Purifying Force Ethics Committee and various specialized inspection teams are all actively monitoring. You came in at just the right time, Ashfrost. There's Hot Man on screen. And he only just recently showed up. And you say, well, hello, Hanif. My name is Ashfrost, but you can call me Frosty, or you can call me back to your place. Unfortunately, he might be a bad guy, but I don't know. That might not be a bad thing for you. You might think that makes it even better. Meanwhile, I'm like, oh man, he's a bad guy. I'm not gonna be able to be attracted to him. Good is fine, but bad's better. Everyone should distance themselves while you still can. Cooperating with Babylonia now is probably the best solution. The convener finally loses their cool and cuts off his microphone. Honest projection continues moving its mouth, but the meeting venue only hears a screech of feedback from the microphone. Regarding this matter, we'll deliberate and vote as soon as possible. But for now, I must forbid you from taking the Aurora Squadron and acting without authorization again. And you feel like you have a sort of sixth sense when a hot person appears on screen and then you suddenly appear. Maybe you do. Maybe you could feel a hot person beckoning. The convener frowns and stops speaking when he notices Hanif's projection urgently trying to communicate something, even raising and waving both hands wildly. You're like Clover from Totally Spies. Did she do that? I did watch that show, but it's been so long. Oh no, I feel like I do remember her saying that. Body alert. It's just, it's been so long, you know? My memories of that show are hazy at best, but I did watch it a lot. Desperate. He looks extremely desperate. She says that, but didn't have the sixth sense for detecting a cutie. Aw, poor her. But knows about hot celebrity cuties? Ooh. Didn't you finish already? What more could you possibly say? The meeting convener reconnects Hanif's audio, and a familiar torrent of noise instantly floods the channel. I absolutely did not act without authorization. I was forcibly taken onto this ship by that red-haired lunatic woman. Yes, I'm on a ship right now. We're auto-navigating toward an unknown location, and Babylonia is tracking our course. From what I can tell, they won't rest until they find the final destination of this vessel. On it! On it! Hanif's image vanishes completely, but this time the convener isn't the one who cut the connection. You should make it OC like that trendy type of character who's flirty but also goes heart-eyed for any hot character. Go ahead. More OCs, more fun. The red-haired woman stares dangerously at Hanif, then hurls his terminal into the corner, bringing the discussion to an abrupt end. We've heard just about everything we need to know from Corona. That's quite enough from you. Stop trying to leak information about our situation. Oh, so we've got him on the ropes, huh? I suggest you be a good boy for the rest of the trip. What do you think? Vera looks to the side. Vera's right. If there really is an ascendant still unknown to humanity, then our top priority is to find and eliminate it. We can't allow another entity overflowing with punishing to develop unchecked. So Hanif, everything you've done so far has been correct. Yes, with additional intel from Corona, Babylonia would be able to find information about this ship more quickly, where it's heading, what might be waiting at its destination. We'd learn exactly who our enemy is, and what they're planning. Vera nods as well. The cabin lights illuminate Vera and you, stretching your shadows into giants that firmly engulf Hanif, who sits on the floor. Hanif's gaze shifts between the two figures before him. After a long moment, he finally forces out a question. I've been wondering for a while now. Do you two always talk like this? A surging wave crashes against the hull with a muffled boom, as if answering in their place. The ship drifts alone at sea, facing the wind and waves as it heads toward its hidden destination. That last wave was something out of the ordinary. Shh, something's here. Vera frowns as she grows alert. We've been syncing our navigation records to Babylonia for the whole trip, right? We've been syncing continuously, but you tap your terminal several times, but it gives no response. Communications were cut off just now. So the unexpected is to be expected. I've heard rumors that wherever Grey Raven's commandant goes on a mission, things always... Ugh. Shut up, right? Brace yourselves. The punishing detector suddenly issues a warning as the surrounding waves surge and fall like the fluctuating punishing concentration. The small boat violently pitches with the waves, throwing everyone to the floor. Pontiff appears to have stubbed his toe and can't get back on his feet due to the relentless rocking. Oh no, his little toe. Ugh. Grab onto something solid. If you fall and hurt yourself, that's your problem. I'll help him out, I guess. If I have to. They're giving me no choice. There's only one dialogue option here, after all. Terrifying waves crash against the cabin door, thundering like a storm. Vera suddenly frowns, steadying herself as she stares at the cabin entrance and draws her banner spear. My foot! Knock knock. So noisy. Knock knock. Someone seems to be outside, knocking on the cabin door. What do you mean loud? I've always been like... Shut up! Vera thrusts her spear forward, piercing straight through the cabin door. Huh. I heard it. Something corrupted is climbing up the hull. Vera pulls back her banner spear, kicks open the cabin door, and sure enough, there's a vaguely humanoid figure standing crookedly in the passageway outside. A massive hole gapes in its chest, the unmistakable mark left by the banner spear's thrust. A fatal blow. Alright, the threat has been neutralized. Why is there a hetero creature here? No idea, but one thing's for sure. We're being targeted. Vera lifts the hetero creature's remains with the tip of her banner spear, swiftly flings them into the pile of discarded items at the stern, then immediately shuts the door. If that Ascendant who's been busy hunting down Corona's higher-ups is behind this, they'd certainly be capable of something like this. Everyone stay alert. We can't contact Babylonia, and our exact location is unclear. Knock knock. Before Vera can finish speaking, there's another knock at the cabin door. All three occupants instinctively glance toward the hole pierced earlier, beyond which lies nothing but uncertainty shrouded by fog. Punishing virus reaction detected again. You tightly grip the constantly beeping device while Vera raises her banner spear once more. I thought the first one was a coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, is that thing outside actually knocking on our door? Sounds rather polite, doesn't it? Why not invite it in for a drink? Listening to the exchange between the two, a bizarre idea takes root in your mind. What if we actually try it out? Knock knock. As if responding to your suggestion, the unknown entity outside knocks on the door once more with a chilling politeness. Try opening the door, Vera. If you want to play with fire, fine, but don't expect me to bail you out. Vera frowns in protest, yet her hands move to open the door anyway. At that moment, a wave crashes through, drenching the humanoid figure at the doorway. Come on, let's negotiate. Care to come in and take a seat? Vera smiles, but keeps her banner spear cautiously trained on the hetero creature, which, surprisingly, begins to move slowly, as if responding to her words. Good. Did you just speak? Good. Pretty sophisticated, huh? You even have a name? What are you doing here? Who dropped you off? Godot stands quietly, as if thinking for a moment. No purpose. Just arrived. Soon leave. Godot moves its legs and walks straight back toward the deep sea behind it, seemingly intent on leaving. You monster. Did I say you could leave? How did you get into the game? Which thing exactly prompted this? Vera hurls her banner spear once more, impaling the bizarre hetero creature and flinging it toward the stern, adding one more to the pile of refuse already there. The monster on the right? Is that what you look like in real life, Ash Frost? Wow. You must have gotten some crazy work done. That monster looks like you when you start your fall semester of university. I see. There. Friendly negotiations concluded. Any objections? Vera closes the hatch for the second time, then turns to look at the humans. No. But something still feels off. They couldn't be imitating humans, could they? Knock knock. Which one wants to die this time? Vera irritably yanks open the hatch, her banner spear raised high. Don't kill. Innocent. I see. Merchant. Trade. A sea merchant? What the hell did it eat to suddenly think it's human? Really, real, goods. The hetero creature rummages around in its bizarre body. And with a clatter, a pile of cogs falls to the ground. Hi, Kola! How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Many cogs. Exchange. Although, wait, it's early for you, isn't it? So I hope you had a good sleep instead. Exchange. Cargo from stern. The three of them look toward the stern, where two defeated hetero creatures lie. I refuse. Oh, it's almost 1 p.m. there? Okay, so not as early as I thought. And it's good when you get to see me? Aw, thank you. I'm glad you think so. It's good to see you as well. Any last words from them? Refuse? Refuse? Before Vera's slightly surprised expression, the sea merchant suddenly begins to sob. They, companions, friends, went through what? Happy things? Yes, friends. Reckless boarded ship bothered you. Mistake, but... Unaccustomed to human language, the hetero creature sobs as it pieces together a complete sentence. Deserved death? What? Did you expect me to let you hetero creatures strut around freely on my ship? Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the danger of punishing. No! Wrong! Spare me your talk about right and wrong. This is my domain. I am right. And anything against me is automatically wrong. I'll deal with whoever I want, and if you keep whining, you'll be the next one to die. Wrong. Very wrong. It gradually breaks into wailing sobs. Take back. Remains. It bares its fangs and brandishes its claws. Its emotional defense is completely shattered. Fine then. If you've got the guts, come and try. Let's see if you can take them back. You horrible, unreasonable, bad woman. Vera plants her banner spear in front of her, slightly leaning forward in a combat stance. She tilts her head and tauntingly beckons the hetero creature with her hand. Vera is into punishing. Alright, ladies and gents, and everyone in between, line up to get your turn to get stepped on by Vera or verbally degraded. And don't lie, some of y'all are into it. She is into punishing things. People are gonna be into Vera. She's a toxic woman and people are into toxic babes. Oh, Ashfrost, you have no idea how many people are into Vera. Well, maybe you do. It's a lot. Come. The emotionally shattered hetero creature lets out a piercing screech. The sea mist churns like boiling water, and bubbles rise from the dark ocean surface surrounding the boat. The entire ocean seems to boil in anger. Vera, something's wrong! Below the boat, it might be swarming with hetero creatures. That's it. We've drawn them out. When dealing with creatures hiding in the shadows, this is how you flush them out, by plucking the strings of the spider's web. How do you like it now, you skittering hetero creatures? You mean she's fiery, she has a shit-eating grin, and looks like she would verbally eviscerate you? She's perfect for people? Yeah, some people want exactly that. Vera flashes a cruel smile and hurls her banner spear with deadly precision. Grrr. The spear hurtles straight toward the hetero creature, mere moments from tearing open a wound. A hand reaches out from the misty sea, blocking Vera's attack. Oh? Vera narrows her eyes as both sides lock weapons in a tense standoff. A new humanoid figure slowly emerges from the sea mist. Unlike the twisted, indistinct hetero creatures, he appears to be nothing more than an ordinary construct. He shows no signs of punishing reaction, yet somehow seems to have calmed the surging punishing energy, preventing the chaos from spreading further. We meet again, Vera. Again? You sense something is wrong and raise your gun toward the dissipating sea mist. Why have you suddenly dropped your honorifics? Your imitation is rather clumsy, Lloyd. The humanoid figure fully emerges from the sea mist, standing before everyone in place of the reckless hetero creatures. Oh my god, it's Makoto Tachibana from Free. I don't think they look that alike. I think Makoto is much handsomer. But, this guy Lloyd is a guy who Vera killed in the past. He was a deserter. It's more complicated than that, but he was a deserter. Please allow me to greet everyone while imitating this appearance. I believe it will help us communicate more peacefully. Why don't you lower your weapon? After all, you received it from my hands. Vera's tense body doesn't relax in the slightest. I will never lower my weapon. If the dead are going to reappear before me like this, then I should have crushed you all to dust in the first place. Reducing us to ashes would be pointless. As long as spirit and will exist, imitators of heroes will continue to emerge. There's no need to be angry about that. Besides, it seems you've fallen into the same hero's dilemma. That banner spear is the best proof. We should have been kindred spirits. You already know the enemies to even bigger enemies that want to hate bang each other are gonna have a field day? Maybe. I've heard some interesting news lately. Kurono's upper echelon is in panic. Was that your work? It was me. I'd clap if I could. Several of them were exactly who I wanted to die. But since you're right in front of us, you aren't just here to claim credit for that, are you? A subtle rumbling issues from Vera's chest as she prepares for battle. I don't want to fight you. Instead, I want to talk with you, Grey Raven Commandant. When in doubt, hate bang. Don't actually do that. It serves no purpose and leaves you even more emotionally drained. Yeah, that sounds right. Just look at Ragna and Jin Kisaragi from Blaze Blue. Oh, well... I don't know a lot about that game, but I do know they're... weird. More specifically, isn't Jin weird about Ragna? Or am I wrong? Or am I forgetting? I don't know. Weird is an understatement. Okay, I was right. I remember. Lloyd shifts his gaze toward the human behind Vera. He moves a step sideways, blocking his line of sight. I understand. Then let me show you my sincerity first. Make 2 deals with me, and you'll be able to reach the shores safely. Beyond that, I'm willing to answer some of your questions as well. Do all ascendants dress things up with pretty words? We clearly don't have a choice. Vera's gaze darts quickly between the two parties. The high concentration punishing alarm continues to blare relentlessly. Their small boat has long been surrounded by hetero creatures. Ponif was right. Rashly engaging in battle with an ascendant at sea would essentially be abandoning any chance of survival. Let's say Jin is unhinged, and since Blaze Blue was a 2000s game, it was the popularization of dude who wants to kill the main protagonist turns into damn has yandere for him. That's way hot. Bonus points if they're brothers. Oh, damn, he's yandere for him. I get it. A deal. Was that hetero creature calling itself a sea merchant earlier mimicking you? Yes. But it's merely a small punishing offspring, at most parroting what it's heard. It hasn't achieved true evolution yet. I apologize for their recklessness, and I won't hold those 2 corpses at the stern against you. You're gonna throw yourself into a holy water fountain again? Good luck, Ashfrost. May it cleanse something. The wave hits the boat to punctuate his words. Even a smaller wave like this could easily overturn their small vessel. Vera steadies herself, keeping her eyes fixed on Lloyd. Let's talk about the deal. Don't get too greedy, Lloyd. Let's not pray for a miracle. But if not in a fountain of holy water, where else would one pray for a miracle? You'll agree to this. I want to exchange interesting stories. If the stories are valuable enough, I'm willing to be their chronicler, weaving them into new legends. Is there something wrong with our Commandant? You think they're yours? You think they're yours? This pathetic attempt to act like we're related in any way is disgusting. They will be ours. His gaze passes beyond the humans, fixed on the distant ocean. I've been wandering this boundless world for far too long. If you're willing, I could go first, starting with a not-so-interesting story. I'm all ears. Lloyd pauses briefly to consider. In a certain corner of this world, there's a group of people who race almost every day. They compete against each other, racing to see who will be the first to reach the end of a long road, to discover what actually lies at its end. A dull beginning. It gets even more tedious. No one has ever won this race. Even those who ran beyond everyone's sight never returned. I finished my story. The rest of the story was even more boring. Yes, like an open ending hastily written by an author who resented their work being cut short or heavily edited. Can we make a deal based on this story now? Sure. Then I'll give you an equally terrible story in return. Vera leans on her banner spear. The protagonist of this story is an exceptional assassin. Any mission entrusted to her never fails. But during an unusual disaster, she was saved by a stranger who inexplicably showed her kindness. Instead, the stranger suffered severe injuries as a result of trying to save her. I understand. She became indebted to him from that moment. Perhaps. The stranger survived, but with a massive gash in his stomach and brain damage. To repay this unsolicited kindness, the assassin had no choice but to care for them, dragging along this piece of deadweight while continuing to complete her missions. Oh, she's talking about me. In short, everything became incredibly complicated, reaching a level of complication the assassin had never encountered before. And then what happened? Lloyd seems to have developed an interest in this story. Later, the punishing spread to the temporary medical station, forcing the assassin to drag the stranger away and flee, with no clear destination in mind. And what happened after that? Vera suddenly turns to look at you. And what happened after that? Me? Yes, I'm asking you. Do you know what happened next? I don't know. I've never heard this story before. You hear that? That's it. The story ends here. Equally incomplete. Indeed. It's just like the stories you randomly chopped in half. It's fair. Or rather, no one's being sincere in this exchange, including you. I'm guessing your next deal will be just as infuriatingly fake. Just spit it out already. Lloyd raises his hand and points at you. I need the Grey Raven Commandant. I promise that no harm will come to them. If anything, they will only become better than they are now. Oh, hate that. Vera picks up her banner spear again, shaking her head with a laugh as if she's just heard an absurd joke that's not even worth taking seriously. If I'd known we'd end up here anyway, I wouldn't have wasted my breath telling stories. After wasting everyone's time like this, how do you plan to make it up to us? You pathetic Lloyd fake! Lloyd instantly dodges as Vera hurls her banner spear, the weapon grazing past his ear before plunging into the deck. The tremendous force of the near miss dissipates as the spear's shaft vibrates violently. The truth is the complete opposite of what you believed. The name once belonged to me. Cut the crap! Get out of my sight! Another lightning bolt crashes down, illuminating Vera as she stands at the forefront. She seizes the moment to turn and shout to you. Get to the cockpit and reconnect the signal. I'll cover you. Copy that. You wait for a moment of relative stability amid the ship's violent rocking, then bolt forward at full speed. But the Ascendant merely casts a pitying glance their way. I've seen too many struggles like this. If there were another way, I wouldn't have been forced to take such measures. Cease your futility, human. Lloyd emerges from the curtain of rain and lightning, his body marked with wounds from Vera's attacks. Yet his injuries don't hinder his movements in the slightest. The curtain of rain falls around him as he tightly grips a scythe, raising it high above his head. Sever. The scythe's razor-sharp edge cleaves downward into the center of the ship's hull, causing seawater to violently gush through the newly formed breach. Oh no! In a split second, you take in your surroundings. Vera is leaping toward you with a tense face, while Hanif, realizing he's on his own in this chaos, has already firmly wrapped himself around a relatively sturdy pipe. Unfortunately, You realize you're the one who's most in danger. The fear. You reach out toward Vera. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. But it's too late. A violent rush of seawater engulfs you, dragging them down into the depths in one savage gulp. You are prepared to hold your breath, but the hetero creatures hiding beneath the ship have no intention of letting anyone escape. As if following orders, they suppress their primal instincts and don't immediately tear you apart, but they still shatter the blade you managed to draw. Another one latches onto your coat, frantically dragging you deeper into the depths. Bubbles escape from your mouth, floating upward, but the surface is no longer visible. Your struggling grows weaker, vision darkening under the waves. Unable to hold it in any longer, you involuntarily gasp for air, but only bitter salt water floods into your lungs, your throat spasming as you reflexively try to cough. You are seconds away from drowning. Struggle upward. You gradually stop struggling, suspended, motionless in the water. The final image flashing before your eyes is a chaotic cloud of bubbles descending from above, as if someone has plunged into the sea from the surface. Someone fends off the surrounding hetero creatures, and a cold hand firmly grasps your wrist. Firmly grasp it! Oh hey! So this wasn't actually done earlier. Just as you said, this was your first time setting foot on real ground, your first time witnessing such a scene, your first time experiencing these emotions. Complete the stage, complete the conversation with the girl. Okie dokie. Let's get into it. Data synchronization progress, 55%. In a corner of a ruined street, a woman trembles as she holds up a handgun, aiming at the corrupted rapidly approaching from a distance. Stay back. Aim. Aim. She seems to be trying to imitate the corrupted with her weapon, but quickly realizes what a pointless gesture it is. She takes half a step back, only to feel her calf brush against a shivering little girl. Mommy, it's coming. And that big brother hasn't contacted us either. The woman stops retreating. Run. Run now. Mommy will catch up soon. I'm too scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Go now. The corrupted swiftly closes in on the mother and daughter, the pitch-black shadow rapidly expanding in the reflection of her pupils. The woman suppresses a scream as she raises her gun, finger tensing on the trigger. Get down! A red blur lunges forward, tackling both of them to the ground. And then an explosion erupts right in front of them. As the dust settles, the woman coughs a couple times before finally understanding what just happened. A red-haired female construct rises from the ground, dusts herself off, and casually takes the gun from the woman's hand. I'm confiscating this gun. It'll be more useful in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. No! Give it back! The woman instinctively reaches for it. In these chaotic and dangerous times, that gun is their last means of protection. I knew I shouldn't get involved in these annoying cleanup operations. I can't be bothered to explain. Let that person do the talking. Little Commandant. The construct irritably jerks her chin toward the human beside her. You are wearing a hospital gown, looking like someone who escaped from a medical facility. Alarming swaths of bandages cover your abdomen and face. Don't worry, we're from Babylonia. I spotted some corrupted up ahead, so I threw a grenade. I hope I didn't hurt any of you by accident. Got that clear? Still thinking we're saviors or bandits? If you can tell the difference, shut up and follow us. I'm only generous once a day. Babylonia? You're also from Babylonia? You saw other people from Babylonia? Hearing some key information from the woman, Vera looks over vigilantly. Well, please, you must save those two people as well. The woman suddenly lunges toward Vera, firmly gripping her arm. There's a young man who's been helping us escape, but he has an important mission, and the researcher with him is in trouble too. Anyway, he's stuck here now. No, forget it. I can't explain properly. He should still be behind that building. I can take you to him. He said he's from Babylonia. He's with FOS College. FOS. Operating on the ground, which feels infinitely more vast and desolate than Babylonia, suddenly hearing this familiar term brings comfort of home to you. But Vera obviously doesn't share this sentiment. I refuse to get involved in unnecessary complications. All I care about is you, little Commandant. If he were still alive, he would have already shown up here with them, rather than giving away his own gun. Vera tosses the gun she took from the woman to you. Its shape and markings clearly identify it as an FOS standard issue. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Vera shakes the woman's hands off her arm. You stare into Vera's eyes, who's waiting for your response. As she does, you search her gaze for a more fitting reason. You can't help but recall a memory diary entry that you personally recorded in your terminal. It documents an incident from one night at the temporary medical post, when she fell asleep beside your sickbed. Then speak. A temporary commandant is still a commandant, so make your decision. Let's go rescue those two people she mentioned. You'd better. I need to do this. Mission. She said that FOS person is carrying a mission. We're in better condition than they are, so we should provide support. Someone with a gaping hole in their stomach can say such things. I think the painkillers haven't worn off yet. Those reasons alone won't convince me. Why don't you look in the mirror and see that self-righteous expression of yours? I think you just want to play hero. Just like when you saved that mother and daughter. Vera looks extremely displeased. Just like when you inexplicably rushed out to save me that time. I've met a few people with that natural sense of duty and justice, and you're just like them. I'm curious, was it your environment that shaped you this way? Tell me, what's your reason for making these choices? I don't understand, Hound. This is also my first time on the surface. I'm just following what my heart tells me to do. What nauseating, idiotic words. Well, sorry to disappoint, but we're complete opposites. When I don't have full control over a situation, I never hesitate to assume the absolute worst of others. Vera suddenly places her blade against the woman's neck, right over her artery. Listen up, little Commandant. If you want to be a hero, you'll have to bear the consequences alone. I'm not willing to carry you. At least not right now. Let's split up, but stay in touch. Since you're so brave, follow that mother and daughter. Maybe you really can save that person from FOS College. I'm kind enough to hold off the corrupted for you, but only for half an hour at most. If you haven't brought back any good news after that time, I'll abandon everyone without hesitation. Oh, and one more thing. Vera fixes a threatening stare on the mother and daughter, then taps her ear pointedly. I've seen plenty of refugees over the years who act weak, but are actually wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't try anything clever. If I hear anyone disobeying, I'll hunt you down and slaughter you, no matter where you run. Is that clear to everyone? Vera taps the woman's neck with the flat of her blade, while pointing the other end directly at her temporary commandant. Understood. Thanks, Hound. Meanwhile, a bomber aircraft sweeps across the city overhead, its ominous sound detected by Vera's sensitive auditory module. What rotten luck. The corrupted are already catching up to us. What are you waiting for? Everyone move now!
A large number of corrupted breached the defense line. The defense plan has failed. Requesting execution of Purge Protocol.
Broadcasting frequencies ready. Given the degree of damage to the infrastructure, ground personnel may not be able to receive the bombing.
But we cannot allow the anomaly to spread any further. The Purge Protocol will commence in 30 minutes.
Are you done yet, Commandant? There are too many corrupted. Skulking in the shadows. What? It's terrible. Never should have done it. These damn corrupted too. My unseen blade. Like 9 lives, Daddy. That's a draw out of ways of glory. Oh, is that little creature's classmate of yours still alive?
He told me something. It's complicated, but I need...
Your location now. Try not to die before I get there.
Where am I going? Oh, there.
Warning. Warning. Purge protocol will commence shortly. All personnel must evacuate the bomb zone immediately.
Bombing? Have the front lines completely collapsed?
Contact Little Commandant. No response.
Skulking in the shadows. Delusion. Don't you dare. You won't. My unseen blade. Feel the searing flames of your face.
Vera, do you copy?
Little Commandant. Hear the broadcast? Get your jetway out of there now. Skulking in the shadows. Delusion. You of course you got yourself into another mess. You won't. My unseen blade.
Oh, I actually didn't do that.
Let me go through this one more time. You find that researcher and the sample container will allocate the decryption tool for the container. You also heard that broadcast, right? We need to hurry, or all our efforts will be wasted.
I understand. Good luck to us both.
The broadcast is telling us to leave quickly. Won't you come with us?
Sorry, I need to head back for a bit. Just got an important mission. That red-haired construct is coming for you now. Go with her.
Oh, I see.
I'll return once I'm done with my mission, okay? Don't worry.
Sweetheart, the adults have more important things to do. Come over here to Mommy.
Coming! I'll get going now. Remember to keep your promise, okay?
Sorry for dragging you into this mess. Similar to your case, I was separated from others when the disaster broke out. but I got lucky. A poodle led me to it. They wanted to send several teams deep into the outbreak source to search for virus samples. As a member of FOS, I joined them. We did find the samples, but at the cost of the entire team's lives. The only survivors for me, she's over there guarding the sample container. Once I bring back the decryption tool, we'll be able to retrieve the samples inside.
Ah! Hello, researcher. Hello? Oh, is there something? Oh, hi! I found the researcher. She seems to have passed out. How are things on your end?
Damn it. What about the container? Is the container still there?
Calm down. The sample container is still intact. I'll support you with everything I've got.
Alright. Please make sure you keep the container safe. I'll help you decrypt it remotely.
Okay. Oh. Little Commandant.
I don't know what the hell you're doing, but remember, you are not a construct. You're creating trouble by running around with those materials, with that fragile flesh vessel of yours.
I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll be careful.
I've made contact with the mother and daughter. Good thing they knew better than to wander off. Unlike someone I know.
Is the adult work done? Please do stay safe.
Warning. Warning. Purge protocol will commence in 5 minutes. Purge protocol will commence in 5 minutes.
I'm decrypting it now. It's going to take quite some time.
5 minutes? That's impossible! Damn it! I can't contact the one in charge of carrying out the purge!
Even if you could reach them, it wouldn't matter. The bombing needs to happen ASAP, or the corrupted will be able to make it out.
We have no choice. I'll speed up the decryption. You get ready to evacuate with the samples and the researcher.
What are you waiting for? If you don't leave now, it'll be too late.
Only 40 seconds left. Release your access. I'm about to finish the decryption. Decryption complete. Get out of there immediately with the sample and the researcher.
What about you?
Oh, me? I'm already in a bomb shelter in Area E04. I'll finish up here. Don't worry.
Purge protocol will activate in 30 seconds.
Finally found you. A runaway hero. Who's that on your back?
I've got both the virus sample and the researcher in charge.
What bomb shelter? This godforsaken place doesn't have...
Purge protocol activated.
Uh-oh.
Oh, get up! It's too late!
Well, I know we got duped, but I'm not totally sure how. Your head slams against the ground again, accompanied by sharp pain so intense it causes numbness. Some memories rapidly withdraw from your mind. A worried-looking FOS classmate, a researcher unconscious in the corner, a box on the floor. The shout from that classmate. This sample is something we staked our lives on. Very important. The box. Very important. This sample is crucial. You must take it to the temporary safe zone up ahead. Don't forget. The classmate shouts something, but all you hear is the roar of aircraft flying overhead. In a daze, a fleeting thought passes through your head. I don't think I ever asked his name. What's your name? He busies himself, hastily stuffing useful items into your arms, including a whistle and a small knife from who knows where, all entrusted to this classmate who had consistently ranked first in evaluations. He trusts you. You go ahead with the sample and that researcher. There's barely enough time, but I can unlock it quickly enough. Once you hand it over to the people at the forward safe zone, my mission will be complete. Wait, what's your... Don't call me Student A. All right, it's up to you now. He pushes with all his might. The head hematoma takes its toll once more, as memories surge like a tide before rapidly receding. A new cycle of rebooting seems about to begin. Meanwhile, a new wave of bombardment is about to hit. You can only clutch the small box containing the sample tightly. Secure the important researcher on your back, and brace for impact. Can't forget. Vera's words crackle through the earpiece with static. They're barely discernible, but you hear her say that she's evacuated the mother and daughter from the bombing zone and is heading this way now. If you manage to reunite with Vera, there's so much you need to tell her. You need to tell her that the mother and daughter weren't lying. The FOS classmate's mission was real, and you even managed to crack the code for him. You retrieved the important sample and carried out the last researcher on your back. To accomplish so much under such extreme conditions, you must be able to. But these memories are fading away. Don't forget. You idiot! When you open your eyes again, Vera has already rushed into your field of vision. Vera, I still remember. I didn't make the wrong choice. The impulsive words sound more like a petulant retort. What you're trying to express is that during your separate mission, you didn't make a single wrong move. Even if you were merely playing at being a hero, you succeeded at it. But I'm not feeling well. Memories dissolve into mere scattered shards, while the mixture of emotions weighs on my chest with a heaviness that makes it hard to breathe. Just as you said, this was your first time setting foot on real ground, your first time witnessing such a scene, your first time experiencing these emotions. If this is destined to become the catalyst for your future choices, then you must remember it clearly. Please remember for me. But Vera doesn't waste a single word, nor does she have time to listen to any heroic sentiments. Instead, she nearly explodes with rage as she tackles you to the ground, pinning you beneath her. Are you deaf? Get down! Many words die on your lips, the words never making it past your mouth. The final shell whistles down from the sky. The construct's warmth fiercely embraces both you and the female researcher you'd rescued. The moment you feel the construct's body heat, a stubborn question forces its way through your thoughts. But you're supposed to be. The bomb strikes, and your memories explode with it, sending you spiraling into darkness. Enough now. Time to stop thinking about everything. The shockwave sweeps over the few survivors, the heat penetrating your clothes as sand and debris shower on all of you. Thankfully, with the construct's protection, you emerge unharmed. As the dust settles, Vera brushes the ash from her hair and examines you with a furrowed brow. Are you hurt? What the hell are you holding on to? Vera forcibly pries this female researcher's arm from your grip, like extracting a piece of stone. You just realized this person is already dead. But you stubbornly cling to the researcher's grayish wrist, refusing to surrender the body to Vera. Can't forget. What was it? I can't remember. Let go! What's the point of dragging around a corpse? Aren't you afraid of infection? I leave you alone for 1 hour and you're picking up all sorts of things. What's that in your hand? A box? What the hell happened? Vera pulls the researcher's body from your arms and reflexively tears the fabric's name tag from the corpse's chest. Meanwhile, you clutch an unfamiliar small box while furiously pounding the ground in frustration. Mustn't forget. What can't I forget? What I can't forget. A sense of helplessness spreads from your mind throughout your entire body. Even as you pound the sandy ground until your hands bleed, you still can't remember anything. Fragile humans ultimately cannot transcend the shackles of their flesh. The wound in your side begins to seep fluid. The recent battle and escape must have reopened it. Stop punching the ground! Your brain's malfunctioning and panicking won't help. Temporary safe area. Abandoned conservation area. And the box? Samples? The wound in your side intertwines with your throbbing headache, making you want to curl up in agony. Wait, Vera's hands slam against your cheeks with a sharp slap, firmly gripping your head and restraining your movements. Luke, look at me! The world falls silent for a moment. All you can see is Vera's face, furious yet somehow tinged with helplessness. This is all I can remember. I'm sorry. Oh, good night, Ashfrost. I didn't see when you left that message, so I don't know if you're already gone. Stop getting hung up on this! I don't know exactly what just happened, but beating yourself up now is pointless and risks reopening your wounds. You clearly don't understand how precise those materials used on your injuries are. Even if 10 of you died, it wouldn't cover the cost. Materials. The materials seem important, too. Yes, that's more like it. Vera's expression grows increasingly complex, becoming difficult to read. She seems to understand your confusion and inner struggle, but her tone softens ever so slightly from its usual harshness. Remember your mission. All you need to do is keep yourself safe and protect the materials. Finally, she lets out a soft sigh. I'm guessing your memory has reset again. Let me quickly fill you in on the situation. You can call me Hound. I'm a construct from Babylonia assigned to you. For the rest of the details, wait until we reach a safe area, then check the notes on your terminal. Since we've handled the situations on both fronts, let's evacuate immediately. The bombing didn't eliminate all the corrupted. We can't stay here for long. I wonder if Corona's nearby stronghold was caught in the blast. Can you walk? Seeing your condition gradually stabilize, Vera finally releases her grip and prepares to pull you up from the ground. I'll carry you on my back. Also need to bring that... While speaking, you stubbornly drag up the small box that appears completely mysterious to Vera's eyes. Is it really that important? You don't know why, or rather, you've forgotten it. In the end, you only respond with a faint whisper. Have to take it with me. The mother and daughter also miraculously survived the bombing, emerging alongside several other refugees who had fled here, all supporting one another as they walk out. Please, take us with you. Miss? The refugees look pleadingly at the only construct before them, ready to entrust their lives to this powerful warrior. Don't ask me. Ask this person over here. Vera irritably turns you around, forcing you to face the pleading refugees. Come on, our amnesiac commandant. Open your eyes and see the fine mess you've gotten us into. I've told you before, don't carelessly take on other people's burdens, especially their lives. Can't handle it. That's what years of experience have taught me. You stare at the crowd with an unfocused gaze, unable to respond. Vera rolls her eyes at you. Judging by your expression, you can't process this right now. That's fine. Eventually you'll learn the bitter disappointment that comes from playing savior time and again. But you're unable to respond. Your legs give way again, and you suddenly collapse to the side. Before you hit the ground, Vera catches you in one swift motion, along with the small box you refuse to let go of. Luke! Vera's anxious call sounds close to your ear, but you can't open your eyes anymore. Compared to constructs, your body is too fragile, easily breaking from the slightest touch. That sound. Just before you slip away, you hear the muffled sound of brakes screeching and a dog barking. Convergence. I don't want to stand by and make a decision I'm bound to regret. Data synchronization progress, 65%. Under sibilant waves, you sleep peacefully in the murky depths. Damn it! Huh? It's fine, just a rock. With the exclamation, damn it, and a violent jolt, you drift hazily to consciousness and open your eyes. A slightly warm hand rests against your forehead. You glance around and quickly realize you're lying in the back seat of the vehicle. Ahead is the passenger seat, where a strand of red hair peeks through the gap, the hair belonging to the owner of the hand on your forehead. You just experienced another memory restart at the ruins, but fortunately, you still remember the last few words that construct Hound said to you. Hound? Mom, that person's awake! Shh, don't disturb them. Only now do you notice the two other people in the back seat with you. The rear space is normally quite roomy, but they've given up much of it to ensure they don't accidentally press on your wounds. The mother and daughter huddle together in the corner, and at the little girl's announcement, everyone's gaze turns toward you. Hound withdraws their hand and turns from the front passenger seat. You're one tough cookie. You've been running a fever and sleeping for a solid 4 hours. I was worried you passed out for good. This is... We got lucky. Everyone was rescued by this person. Vera is typically sharp-tongued, yet for some reason her finger hovers in midair as she points to the driver's seat, unable to find an appropriate pronoun to introduce their rescuer. I'm just an old lady. My age is what it is. There's no need to search for some youthful term to address me. Oh damn, who's this lady? Little doggy! Little puppy! Oh! Yep, just call me Granny Wang. This here's a cargo pickup, and the truck bed's already half filled with people. You folks are really something, managing to get this many people out of a place like that. She appears to be an elderly woman in her 70s, sporting an extravagant silver-white perm, sharply defined tattooed eyebrows, and a flaming red lipstick. The small dog, which should have been wearing a seatbelt in the passenger seat, is a common pet breed from the Golden Age. It has brown, coffee-colored curly fur that resembles a ball of fleece. Now that Vera has taken its seat, the dog stands proudly on her lap, showing off like it owns the place. Vera seems to be tolerating it. It's a sheepdog. I was just passing through. If it weren't for this little fella, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near the bombing zone, much less found you folks. Go on. Say thank you to the sheepdog. Thank you, sheepdog. I hope she's not carrying a sword or a folding fan. Your gaze secretly shifts toward Granny Wang's hand. A heavy sniper rifle comes into view, secured at an angle near the handbrake, perfectly positioned for Granny Wang to grab with a quick stretch. Huh? Noticing your shocked expression, she turns her head slightly to look back and, surprisingly, gives you a wink. This rifle's been with me for many years. During the punishing virus outbreak, I traded a house at W Beach for it. It was premium real estate, mind you. I like this old lady. A mixture of surprise and joy fills you, but more than anything, a fog of confusion clouds your mind. Before they can ask for more details, the red-haired construct hands over your terminal. You should check your notes from the past few days first. Everything you want to know is recorded there. I haven't looked at them because I can't even access the device, so there's no need to worry about me tampering. You unlock your terminal and start browsing through it. Meanwhile, Granny Wang takes the initiative to explain the situation. I heard the construct's explanation about you. You're a student from FOS College in Babylonia who came down here, and you suffered a head injury. I'm sure you're not familiar with this area. As for me, I was a soldier stationed in this area during the punishing virus outbreak. I watched with my own eyes as this place transformed from a metropolis into ruins, and then gradually saw people return to rebuild it. A few days ago, I heard about a batch of corrupted behaving unusually, acting more aggressively than ever before and spreading much faster. They've been affecting the nearby conservation areas, so I decided to bring my shepherd dog around to check things out. And that's how I stumbled across you folks. I almost thought there was no one left in that area, but then my shepherd dog discovered you. Seems I came at just the right time. Pleased with herself, Granny Wang lets out a cheerful, rising whistle. It's not about waking up early, but about waking up at the right moment. We've been racing down this road for several hours now and have just arrived at the nearest conservation area, the place where I'm usually stationed. See that up ahead? That's the place. Conservation Area 062. As Granny Wang finishes her brief introduction, the truck passes several stationed personnel waving for them to stop. A few refugees pause in their track to look at the pickup truck that has, once again, brought back a cabin full of survivors. Granny Wang smoothly applies the brakes, bringing the late Golden Age cargo pickup to a steady stop in front of an area of hastily constructed refugee shelters. She gestures toward the door. Congratulations, everyone. You've temporarily outrun the spreading disaster. You can rest for a while now. Get out of the truck. After speaking, Granny Wang glances at the small box in your arms. About that thing you're holding. My guess is you'll probably need to talk to someone about it. The conservation area houses far more refugees than expected. Vera grips your hand tightly as you follow Granny Wang into the shelter camp, pushing through the dense crowd. You, whose memory has rebooted once again, have already reviewed your notes from the past few days and grasped the general situation. The refugees rescued and brought back by Granny Wang have already scattered throughout the area, or as Vera puts it, finally got rid of the trash clinging to us. But the box that you insist is important proved to be somewhat problematic. Granny Wang had someone examine the markings on it, and they're quickly directed to find the conservation area's acting administrator. Stop causing trouble and stay close to me. With your face wrapped in bandages, you are led through the crowded mass of people. The unfamiliar glances and noisy chatter pressing in from all sides only intensifies the persistent ache in your skull. The construct ahead notices the problem right away. She eases her grip slightly and pulls you closer to her side. Everyone here just had their homeland destroyed. Desperate people will do extreme things. Don't listen, don't look, don't get involved, and don't reveal where you're from. Otherwise, I'll leave you here to fend for yourself. Give me that box, too. You refuse Vera's demand, staring at the few drops of dried blood on the box handle. Something tells you that the box is safest in your own hands. Then you'd better pray no one thinks there's something valuable inside. Here we are, Kent. This is the student. Granny Wang lifts a thick curtain, shutting out the cold air as she gives you a gentle push forward. Excellent. You actually brought them back. The worried-looking man inside hurries to his feet, but stops short when he sees you standing there all alone. Where are the people we sent out? Why has only one sample returned? This is an ungraduated student from FOS College. I'm afraid your task force members and the researchers who went with them won't be coming back. This can't be. What happened out there? I don't remember. This is Luke, an honors student from FOS College. I am Hound, their accompanying construct. This class of FOS students was originally carrying out field training in Conservation Area 059, but afterwards, as you can see, some students became separated. We encountered an unusual corrupted attack about 4 hours' drive from here. Before that area was bombed, my commandant met another student, who had also become separated from the main group. He passed this box to us. My commandant didn't encounter any other personnel from the regular task force. I'm afraid they were all killed before reaching the bombing zone. As for the researcher you mentioned, you should confirm the name. If it's this person, I can verify that she is deceased. Vera hands a name tag to Kent. This is her name tag. I tore it off myself. Judging by your reaction, that's her, all right. Vera places the tag in Kent's palm, then gestures toward the small box in your hands. Now I need to know what this sample is that someone risked their life to bring back. Well, at this point, I advise against hiding anything. The disaster outside is still spreading. Hurry up. Being indecisive is a luxury we no longer have. Report complete. Vera speaks with crisp efficiency and stands ramrod straight, enough to draw an inquisitive look even from Granny Wang. You recall a detail recorded in your terminal. Vera has always been a soldier, so exemplary that paragon would be an understatement. having adapted to this lifestyle from a very young age. You're in charge of this conservation area. You should know what's going on. Explain yourself. After hearing the report, Kent dejectedly lowers his head. I'm not actually in charge of this conservation area. I'm just temporarily filling in. Granny Wang knows this too. The person in charge left with some people yesterday. He still hasn't... Granny Wang frowns at these words and removes the sniper rifle from her shoulder. How can there be no news? I'll go bring them back. It's no use, Granny Wang. It's useless. If there was any chance of him coming back, I wouldn't be sitting here. Everyone else just didn't have the time to tell you. I was also afraid you wouldn't make it back either. Granny Wang abruptly freezes, gun in hand, processing the news as an all-too-familiar sensation sinks into her body. Now this whole mess is dumped in front of me. I don't have any good solutions. Why did I have to be the one shouldering this burden? He anxiously wipes his face, staring at the box in your hands. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. I can tell you that this box contains a highly dangerous punishing virus sample. This sudden corrupted attack was more intense than ever before, and heavily concentrated in one area, so we suspect there are signs of human intervention. In fact, it might be even worse than we imagined. Sure enough, researchers who went to the front lines with the soldiers informed us that the punishing virus in this area has undergone an evolutionary mutation. First, they traced the source of the mutated virus to ground-level research facility that should have been operating normally. The staff were all personnel dispatched from Babylonia, but somehow the virus leaked out. The cause of the leak is still unknown, but they discovered that someone left the research facility right before the virus leaked out. That person has now completely disappeared. Vera suddenly feels a sense of deja vu with the story. She can't immediately recall where she's encountered a similar situation before. We have to go after them. Leia left the moment she received the news. Yes, we've already sent a construct to find the person who left earlier, hoping to uncover some clues from them. She hasn't returned yet, but we're not just twiddling our thumbs either. Our team continued deeper into the outbreak's epicenter to collect virus samples, but starting from the second day of the operation, we lost all contact with them. Until today, based on the situation you just reported, it seems the samples were passed to an FOS student who hadn't graduated yet, and then transferred to you and your construct here. That's the situation. Everything has been incredibly rushed. Everyone raced to their deaths. We don't even have time to mourn the fallen. Kent feels unprecedented pressure in his role as acting supervisor. He rubs his face over and over, as if trying to wipe away the anxiety and fear clinging to his face. Finally, he looks at the few people who have journeyed so far to reach this place. I'm sorry, and thank you for your fearless efforts in bringing us the only anomalous virus sample. I see some of you are injured. You should rest now and leave the sample with us. You still have some anti-inflammatory medicine that you can use. Upon hearing those words, Vera nods, ready to relinquish her responsibilities. Good. Now we can finally complete this side mission. No, it's not over yet. You stop Kent's hand as he reaches for the box. What are you going to do with the sample? This place is at most a temporary shelter for refugees. We don't have any research capabilities here. I'll arrange for personnel to continue transporting the sample to the nearest base that can establish connection with Babylonia. Where would you get the personnel from? Upon hearing your concerns, Kent instinctively glances toward the crowds of refugees in the shelter outside. Almost all of them are ordinary people who fled here from nearby areas. The majority are elderly, weak, sick, or injured. Anti-inflammatory and pain medications have become scarce commodities among them, worth their weight in gold. At this moment, there is not a single candidate among them that can escort the sample. Granny Wang looks around, lets out a soft sigh, and steps forward. I must remind everyone that the attack range of these abnormal corrupted continues to expand. According to our established safety protocols, we should not only continue transporting this sample, but we should have already begun evacuating the conservation area. So here's what we'll do. Give me the sample. I'll escort it to the next base with my dog. However, the evacuation work will be on you. Come back. You stubbornly take another step forward, still clutching the box tightly in your arms. I'm a student of FOS. I'm also a soldier. Everyone's gaze turns toward you, especially Vera, who appears to be barely restraining herself. Does FOS College keep you how to jump out of the frying pan into the flames? That's so incredible. There's no one left who can do this. What do you know? You know what's going on out there. You know that doing this is practically suicide, yet you still insist on going? I don't want to stand by and make a decision I'm bound to regret. Enough. No matter what you say, I won't let you. Surely, you have to have someone else who can handle this. Oh wait, no. I can see who that is now. Surely you have to have someone else who can handle this, right? There isn't enough medicine to go around, and that old hag keeps dumping more people into the shelter without even knowing who they are. If you can't even handle something like this, you might as well just give me command, bunch of trash. Is that Vanessa's voice? Huh? Who? Distant cursing reaches the ears of those behind the curtain. A moment later, a young woman yanks open the curtain, dragging along a listless young man. Behind them follows the mother and daughter who were rescued by Granny Wang. It's Vanessa and Simon! My classmates! The young woman points to the FOS College badge on her chest and issues commands. This mother and daughter told me someone with the same badge as mine got into trouble, was brought back by that old hag, then brought directly here. Hand them over. FOS is a military academy, directly under Babylonia's jurisdiction. Even if that student did something wrong on the surface, we should first... You misheard me. I didn't say they caused trouble, I said they got into trouble. They're injured. Get out of the way. I'll handle negotiations. Huh? It's you? Vanessa and Simon freeze in their tracks before you. Three disheveled classmates stare at each other in bewilderment, the FOS badges on their uniforms reflecting light into one another's eyes. Why are you here? Can't I ever get rid of you? 5 minutes later. I see. I completely understand now. After hearing about the situation with the samples, Vanessa thinks for a moment before making her decision. It's simple. From now on, everyone must follow my orders. What exactly did you understand? Let me explain the situation once more for the incompetent. We have 4 things that we need to do. First, we need to evacuate the refugees. Second, we need to wait for that construct called Leia to bring back the mastermind. Third, we need to retrieve the life-saving test materials from this incompetent pool. Fourth, and most importantly of all, the anomalous virus samples have to be transported to the nearest conservation area or research institute that's capable of handling it. Granny Wang will complete the first 2 tasks, while our FOS forces must concentrate on escorting the samples. Then finally, we'll return the special materials from that one's abdomen. This is the optimal solution. Didn't you just call me an old hag, little girlie? Does anyone still not understand? Got it! Understood. Simon coughs twice. His body is covered in wounds, and his wrist is in a cast. He looks to be in poor condition. Simon's always in poor condition, though. Vanessa casts another condescending glance toward you. Understood. So even garbage can use their brains once in a while. And you over there. I shouldn't have to repeat myself, right? Her hair color changed and she's got a mask. When Vanessa dragged Simon into the room, Vera quickly slipped away, only reappearing after changing her appearance. Granny Wang noticed the entire thing. She didn't expose her deception, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. I thought you might come up with a better plan, but it's still the same suicide mission. I understand why. You couldn't bear to let my little commandant claim all the glory for themselves. Even knowing that this mission would likely end up with you dead, you just had to get involved. What I want to ask is it worth it? Are reputation and honor really more important than your life? I don't recall asking for your opinion. Just what kind of creature are you supposed to be? A dog? That person may have suffered a head injury, but I haven't. We all know this combat assessment never included construct deployment as part of the plan. Everyone knows how precious you dolls are. Yet here you are, attaching yourself to us voluntarily. Your appearance is suspicious as hell. But she did save Luke's life, didn't she? I can confirm that. The red-haired lady dragged that person a really long way. She's a good person. Huh? The lady's hair. Shh, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Maybe it's a special arrangement for Luke. After all, someone who consistently ranks at the top in every field might occasionally receive special missions and training. The graduation assessment isn't even over yet. Don't tell me you're already treating that sorry-looking mess as chief. If you're looking for someone to follow, at least pick someone reliable. Why does it sound like you're picking on me specifically? I said, you shouldn't judge me like that. You know full well what Luke is capable of. Your scores have always been close, but every single time you've fallen just short. I knew it. I should have just left you back there. You deserve to have your broken wrist gnawed off by the corrupted. But you... I couldn't care less about any of this nonsense. Right. Time is short. Back to the matter at hand. Luke, what's your take on this? What do you think of Miss Dog here? I agree with Simon. Even though I lost my memories, she's been the one helping me all this time. I've recorded everything on my terminal. Nothing on me has gone missing, though I didn't have anything valuable to begin with. Just look at you, throwing your life away and offering yourself on a silver platter. Who knows what that mysterious test material on you really is? I've never heard of anything like it. I bet they're using you as an experiment. Stop making assumptions and attacking people like that. No, I can't take this anymore. Luke, if you're going to continue escorting the sample, please take me with you. Vera closes her eyes, completely fed up with this childish squabbling. Stop this pointless bickering. I can't be bothered to play along with your games any. I have one last solution. Use this. The well-mannered young woman with refined features and a decent upbringing suddenly produces a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs with a clink and walks towards Vera. Huh? With the limited information we know right now, I can't determine if she's friend or foe. The prudent approach is to keep her under control. Give me a hand. We need to cuff her here. We can't bring her along on our mission. This is absolutely outrageous. Vanessa, what on earth are you trying to do? Simon closes his eyes and cries out in despair. Vanessa! Vera sneers as she flexes her metallic wrist joints. She doesn't bother saying another word, finding these presumptuous youngsters too laughable for her anger. Go ahead and try. No one has ever dared to do this to me before. And you actually think those things can restrain me? Of course they can't, but your reaction is what matters. A doll's duty is to obey its master without question. You insist on resisting. Doesn't that prove that there's something wrong with you? Vera draws her weapon. This is her final answer. It's okay, Vera. Vanessa just hasn't had her character development yet in this flashback. Oh my, the youngsters are about to fight. Wait, Vera. A rope suddenly cinches. The rope suddenly cinches around Vera's waist. Vera turns to look back. You solemnly tied the other end of the rope around your own waist, meticulously securing the knot. There. This should work. I'll take full responsibility. Where did you get that rope from? You gently tug on the rope, a surprising gesture of comfort for her. Don't worry. For a moment, Vera feels as if you have already seen through her. You already... As she looks up, her eyes meet your gaze. I want your help, Hound. Not far from Conservation Area 032, atop a towering abandoned building, a hunched figure stands against the sunlight, gazing into the distance. He hums a short melody, repeating the same 2 lines over and over. Burn it all. What song is that? I don't know. I learned it from someone a while back. Does it sound good? It sounds fancy, like something a rich person from the Golden Age would hum. Yes, you're absolutely right. The old man turns his head to look at the girl approaching from the edge of the rooftop. Did you climb up from below? You blocked all the regular ways up, so I had to climb to catch you, Haynes. Catch me? I thought you would come begging for my help. How unfortunate. It seems you've made the wrong choice yet again. During the Golden Age, self-evolution was taboo. After the outbreak, the punishing was treated as a savage beast. Why can't these swine realize that embracing information is the only path? What are you mumbling about? Haynes falls silent for a few seconds, realizing that the construct before him cannot comprehend the grand vision he's describing. He suddenly finds himself missing another red-haired girl who once engaged with him in similar discussions. Forget it. Anyway, the messenger of the divine has already shown me the true purpose of the punishing virus. Your foolish actions can't affect me anymore. Ugh! Leia sends Haynes sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. The conversation reaches its conclusion. In any case, people who talk in riddles are always suspicious. Otherwise, why did you flee from the research facility like you had some kind of premonition? Hawk, where are the virus samples? Are they still in that research facility? Someone already took them. They succeeded. That's excellent. In a few swift moves, Leia ties Haynes up like a log and hefts him onto her shoulder. I've got my own mission to complete. I'm taking you back now, and don't bother trying to chat with me on the way. Ow! Take it easy, I'm not going to run. If I really wanted to escape, nobody would have found me by now. You're so stubborn. So what were you doing here? Because this is the highest point. You can see everything from here. Leia suddenly freezes. Were you admiring the chaos? Of course. The gods must witness my efforts, and I need to see that my work hasn't gone to waste. Just like a hero who walks through nameless ruins, one must eventually stand at the highest point to look back upon their life. Oh, this guy's crazy. Which conservation area are you from? By my calculations, At this rate those children are moving, Conservation Area 062 must be the only one left untouched by now, right? Haynes is completely immersed in the dangerous kingdom of his own making. He laughs loudly, as if mocking the foolish swine beneath him. Oh no! Meanwhile, inside Conservation Area 062, Vera stares at the rope tied around the waists of two people, a lump forming in her throat. You idiot. The frantic conversation ends abruptly as the sheepdog's urgent barking draws everyone's attention. The situation is worse than I imagined. Granny Wing shoulders her gun and walks outside. The moment she lifts the curtain, the refugees begin to stir, rushing toward her and Kent. The corrupted have broken into the conservation area, and they're heading right for us! How did they get here so fast? Leia hasn't returned yet, and we don't have enough strength to evacuate the refugees on our own. Vera watches the chaos outside and takes a deep breath. I'm sick of this bullshit where we can't even finish one damn conversation. Oh hey, they don't really censor that. They left this one out. Playtime's over. I'll explain everything to you later. But now... Vera yanks on your rope as she pushes past the curtain, her dual-bladed gun already gripped firmly in hand. Stay close. I will, Vera. There's another blue one. I'll be waiting for you to explain everything. Vera pauses briefly, her keen senses detecting that the person she's pulling along has somehow changed in an instant. Your appearance hasn't changed one bit, yet somehow you've lost much of your innocence, gained a certain maturity, and acquired something she doesn't want to see. Exhaustion. She has no time to dwell on it. Sometimes even she has to admit that she's never had a moment to say what needs to be said, constantly dragged forward by fate. If she doesn't keep racing forward, fate will catch up with her, so she spends every single second running for her life. She suddenly wants to find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with you, who, no matter what happens, always tells her, okay, I will, and don't worry. Not just to explain all her plans as a Corona member, but to discuss other things, like plans for the future, or what might await at the end of her endless running. She feels that this human, whom she's only just met, might have the answer. Alright. Okay, we're back to the present day now, I guess. Hatching. Through the eyes of the punishing, the old human's body appears as if molded by spiraling threads of silk, emitting a faint glow. Oh, hang on 1 second. On the far side of time and space, I also take my first step forward. First foot. 1 foot steps forward, touching the ground. Foot. The other one. The other foot follows, falls down. Must go forward. Need to go forward. Stop. There is a man. You finally arrived. My most successful creation. So this bitch is still alive in the present day? Great. Also, what did he do to that rat? Ugh. Or mouse? No. Is it a mouse or a rat? I can never remember. You. I repeat and imitate. This is the final door. When I open it, you may pass through, and on the other side is the nourishment you'll need for your kind. Male, crouch, waves, arms, at me. Opening for me. Before I open the door for you, would you like to have a name? Name? Oh, you tilted your head? Are you just repeating what I said? Or are you actually thinking about it? You're just like a monkey. Or wait, could a monkey even get this far? I've made it so perfectly, I'm dying of laughter. Male. Tilt head. Dying of laughter. Dying of laughter. Tilt head. Something inside my body, pulsing. Come now. Since I am the creator, it must be me who bestows upon you a name. How about Eve? Creator. Eve. Eve. Indeed, you are my most satisfactory creation. Truly worthy of being a child born from my genes. You will be the species that stands on this planet in the future. Brand new and perfect. You deserve this name. Creator laughs, opens door. Come, I've opened the door for you. The thickest gate in this gene bank has been unlocked for you. I look toward the gate. I repeat, I imitate. Gate, black. I want to go inside. Creator crouches, waves arms at me. Come on, just step forward like that. Behind this lies your Eden, so make yourself comfortable and enjoy the fruit of life. Don't be afraid. I'm nothing like the god who abandoned humanity. I am the Lord who loves you the most, so the entire Eden belongs to you. And those apples won't bring any evil consequences. Follow your instincts. Go devour. Go seize. Go imitate. Go learn. Go evolve. Cross through this door. The guards inside can be regarded as the lowest excrement. Just ignore them. Excrement. Come on, run! Run faster. Yes. Fast, quick steps. Fast, quick steps. I approach the creator with quick steps. I move like the wind, approaching the creator. I stop. In the creator's eyes, I see me. Why are you staring at me? You won't see your true self through a human's eyes? Keep running. Creator stops, waves. I must continue running. I move my legs. That's it, that's it! Keep going! I watch the creator. I step forward. I run quickly. I leave the gate behind. I enter the world. The sound of wind from running, the exhilarating sensation of striding forward. But the newborn Eve clearly hasn't yet comprehended these feelings. Eve quickly darts into a room filled with transparent bottles and containers, instinctively concealing herself in the darkness. Who's there? Anyone there? I'm supposed to be the only one on duty today. No one said anything about sending interns to the island. Eve's gaze penetrates the spaces between the shelves, catching sight of a young person wearing a white coat. Excrement. The white-coated researcher, completely oblivious to the anomaly in the facility, slowly approaches the specimen rack where Eve is hiding. Fortunately, he stops right before the corner. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's not like this place is haunted, jeez. The researcher shrugs while standing in place, then turns and heads over toward another corner. This is like being in a horror movie from the perspective of the monster. As the researcher leaves, Eve leaps out from the shelves and pounces on the nearest set of specimens. It observes carefully. In the stacked glass containers, countless living embryos tremble weakly, their movements imperceptible to human eyes. These devour. Eve bites through the glass, drawing the researcher who had just left back to the scene. What's that noise again? Don't tell me we have mice in here. Ah! The container in the researcher's hands crashes to the floor, shattering completely. He stumbles backward, pointing at Eve, his throat producing sharp, shrill sounds. The expression on his face is something even Eve finds difficult to comprehend. This... Excrement. What? Ah! Alarm! 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 The excrement continues screaming in Eve's eyes, clearly about to slam the red alarm button on the wall. Excrement. Run. I take. 5 minutes later, the limp human remains slide off Eve, leaving behind trails of sticky blood as the last proof of his existence. Eve's purpose is to evolve. She physically eliminated the excrement and absorbed a twisted form of emotion from him. Switches to a terrified expression. Terror. Eve chews on terror, feeling a profound sense of shock and panic from deep within. An intoxicating simulation. No wonder humans voluntarily seek out terror in various activities. Eve changes into the excrement's uniform, wrapping herself completely to conceal her terrified expression. She then steps out and walks down the corridor. She savors the genetic information from the embryos, though completely learning it all will take more time. No one passing by notices what happened in the small room. Everyone wrapped up in identical thick protective suits walks numbly through the corridor, brushing past her without a second glance. Excrement. Her gaze drifts across this heap of excrement, the bloodthirsty desire from the depths of her soul compelling her to act. But now is not the time. Resist. Keep moving. She is the first of a new world. She must overcome her most primal desires to evolve into a new, perfect human. Well, that's fucked up. Pair of fours. Pair of sevens. The card game has just begun. Several soldiers lean back in their chairs, listlessly tossing down a few low cards. What a pain. I heard there's trouble outside again. The port nearest to this island has fallen. They say quite a few people died in the conservation area. It's madness. Looks like we made the right choice coming to this island back then. We've been stuck here for over a decade, but at least it's safe. Those corrupted haven't managed to swim across the ocean yet. Hey, it's your turn. You're not gonna play against a pair of sevens? Hurry up. The senior soldier frowns at the young recruit in the corner, who clutches his cards, fumbling clumsily to arrange them in order. Oh, it's my turn. What? No, wrong voice. Oh, it's my turn. A pair of 8s. Splitting your hand? No need. We're just playing casually. And we're not playing for stakes. You don't have to throw us easy cards. Okay. I'll play properly, I promise. What are you so nervous about? Relax. You haven't been on this island for long, so you don't know the situation here yet. Sure, there's some research project running, but this place is just a gene bank. It's nothing mission critical. It's actually voted as best place to coast until retirement in the unofficial poll among Corona personnel. Thank you all for telling me this. I just... The young man's gaze drifts to the ceiling, where a security camera emits a faint red glow, its lens trained on the soldiers playing cards below. I'm just a bit worried about the cameras. They seem to be everywhere, so I thought security was really strict here. Who cares about those? Let the higher-ups watch if they want. It's not our problem. This damn world is eroding anyway, so why not enjoy ourselves while we can? Pair of kings. What? He plays a pair of 8s and you just throw down a pair of kings? The masked soldier in the corner silently nods, indicating that this is exactly how they intend to play. With an unfamiliar build, they deem the soldier to be another newcomer to the unit. Fine, I can't beat that. Your turn. Let's just see how amazing your hand really is. Clap! The silent masked soldier slowly draws out a pair of cards and throws them down, making a crisp sound as they hit the table. Pair of 3s. I was wondering why you were in such a rush to play those kings. Turns out you've been hiding a pair of 3s you were afraid of getting stuck with. Go on, you youngsters take your turn. I'll cut you amateurs some slack. The senior soldier waves his hand dismissively. Pair of 5s. Pair of 5s? Let me see. The way that guy's been breaking up combinations has left us in a tough spot. Hey, it's already past 9. Why haven't those researchers gone to dinner yet? They're probably working overtime and getting chewed out again. A new boss arrived with your batch of new guards a few days ago. Looks normal enough, but he's actually a total workaholic, forcing them to hit KPIs every day, turning scientific research into some performance metrics game. The senior soldier eyes the security camera, and then lowers his voice. He really tears into them. Yesterday he yelled at the researchers, saying, "You can't produce any actual research, demand better rations, then turn around and create disgusting abominations." He's not wrong, though. The duty room is filled with cheerful laughter, except for the 2 newcomers in the corner playing cards haphazardly. Maybe we should go check on them? Since I got here, I've been watching them. No matter what, those researchers always maintained a healthy routine and ate their meals on time. But today, I haven't heard a single sound from them. Not a single one. Those researchers probably caused some big commotion and got themselves killed. Just like in those Golden Age movies, where researchers recklessly try to capture monster embryos only for the monsters to escape and slaughter them all. Does that really happen? The duty room falls into unanimous silence. It's the masked soldier's turn to play, but they sit there holding the cards, motionless. Now why did you say that? Look, you've scared the new kid. It's just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Though these things have happened elsewhere. But another crisp sound of cards hitting the table draws everyone's gaze. The masked soldier throws down a set of jokers, covering a modest pair of 3s. Don't you understand the rules of the game? The senior soldier exchanges a quick glance with the middle-aged soldier, holding his cards in one hand while the other slowly reaches toward his waist. But the young soldier has already drawn his weapon and jumped to his feet, kicking over the masked newcomer's chair. Take off that mask! I've been wondering who you are this whole time! I don't remember someone like you arriving! Shit! This hothead just went for it! The atmosphere in the duty room suddenly grows tense as the other two soldiers also draw their weapons and stand up, aiming at the masked soldier who's climbing to their feet in the corner. With 3 guns pointed at them, the masked soldier slowly raises both hands, attempting to remove their mask. Don't move! The senior soldier yanks off the mask before the other can do it themselves. A crude imitation of a terrified expression appears before everyone, twisted to the point of being unsettling. Alarm bells blare throughout the facility. She takes off running. Eve dashes out of the duty room onto the flashing alarms. Unable to clean off the fragments of blood and flesh, she discards the cumbersome human clothing. It quickens its pace, hastily escaping. Excrement pursues her. Stop it! A burst of gunfire comes from behind. It seems the old soldier managed to pull the alarm before dying, summoning a group of soldiers. The duty room is... Shit, it's a massacre! That thing is definitely a monster! Eve tries to use all 4 limbs, but her evolving body no longer adapts to this primitive mode of movement. She can only stumble forward on 2 feet. Trouble. A bullet penetrates Eve's shoulder, splashing foul-smelling black fluid. Her evolving blood hasn't fully formed yet, leaving only this substitute to transport energy throughout her body. What? Disgusting. What the hell is that thing? Just search the area. The research lab's compromised too. Activate emergency protocols. That thing running ahead. As the excrement soldiers crawl out, more and more people realize something is wrong. That thing is definitely not human. Trouble. Increasingly dense firepower concentrates behind Eve. Impossible to escape, impossible to dodge. High-velocity bullets attack mercilessly, tearing apart her recently formed shell that mimics a human body. Trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Excrement! Excrement, 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 excrement. Excrement! Damn it! At a corner along her escape route, several armed figures suddenly rush out. Kill! Excrement! Eve lunges forward, opening her enormous maw. The sickening split in her face tears all the way to her ears, yet it's still not enough. Devour! Eat! Eat the excrement! Blood splatters, bones crack, flesh tears, the sound resembling fabric being ripped apart. The human researcher's head is savagely torn from their body, then swallowed in a single gulp. Devour, seize, mimic, learn, evolve. Eve rapidly processes the information obtained from the excrement, comprehending various complex emotions throughout the act of mastication. Eve, I feel it's only right that I tell you that humans don't eat shit. Among them, one particularly light emotion attracts her more than any other, far surpassing the feeling of terror. It nearly gushes from her chest, compelling her to express it no matter what. So happy. Eve perches on the shoulders of a headless researcher, unable to resist throwing her head back and flashing an absolutely radiant smile at her pursuers. Aw, she's just having a good day. The world's first new human, Eve, escapes from the gene bank facility and reaches the surface of the isolated island. She has devoured enough samples along the way, her body overflowing with information that is continuously processed inside her. From the moment she crossed that doorway until now, this journey of rebirth has been nothing short of a complete success. If she jumps into the sea, even if she can't cross the vast ocean, simply hiding underwater for a while will ensure her complete success. In the moment before leaping into the sea, Eve turns back one last time to look at her pursuers. Her pursuers will never feel happy again, because the swarm of Eve's kind has left the nest together. Every eye seeks to evolve. Every eye hunts the excrement. Excrement is excrement, meant to obediently serve as stepping stones for the new human's advancement. I don't think you know what that word means. Eve stares at their terror-stricken faces and can't help but broadcast her happiness with wild abandon. Goodbye. It stands at the shore's edge and leaps forward in a single bound. We win. The bubbles formed by her plunge gurgle in her ears, a dense constellation, congratulating the newborn human species. Eve surrenders to gravity's gentle pull, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. The countless genes she has stolen rapidly break down and evolve within her body. In each new moment, she sees countless meanings in the species known as old humans. It tries to understand everything, like how the emotion of the first human it encountered was terror, and going further back in its memories, the man who conceived its birth, the man who encouraged it to break beyond boundaries, to seek evolution, and who bestowed upon it a name, Haynes. His expression back then? It finally understands it now. So it was a kind of fanatical excitement. Excitement. Suddenly, a massive wave surges from the distance, bringing with it the familiar aura of her kind. At this very moment, a ship from far away has sunk near this isolated island, and that ship carries the scent of punishing. Even more excitingly, Eve senses that a solitary old human has fallen into the ocean. This old human seems somewhat different from those other worthless scraps. The old human wears a thick combat suit, a garment that only absorbs water while they drown, becoming like a boulder dragging its wearer down to the deep sea. Through the eyes of the punishing, the old human's body appears as if molded through by spiraling threads of silk, emitting a faint glow. This is a person bound by the threads of fate. Is this a projection from some other world? Or perhaps I'm mistaken, and this is just an ordinary old human struggling underwater. Presses against them with excitement. Regardless, this old human carries extremely rich information, worthy of a taste. Eve's hand wraps around the old human's exposed ankle. She needs to devour information, but the punishing corruption rapidly rots the human skin, exposing raw, crimson flesh. The hand gripping the old human's ankle instinctively loosens, as a strange emotion rises within Eve's heart. Attachment? But the information carried by this old human is vast and complex, rapidly enveloping Eve. In an instant, her analysis of the entire old human species accelerates. In her days, countless old human voices seem to echo around her, men, women, elderly, children, resonating through the ocean depths like a chorus of tower bells. The voices say, "You are my child, my precious darling. You are my little commandant. I hope you can venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. You are our hope. You are..." She finds herself captivated by these old human voices, rapidly developing a dependency on that sense of warmth. She can't help but eagerly call out, not with the caution she uses when addressing her creator, Haynes, but simply wanting to call this person as an old human would. Mother, father. Suddenly, the gravity around Eve intensifies sharply. She's brutally ripped away from the old human's ankle, and in the next moment, yanked above the water's surface, dangling in midair. Eve struggles frantically, water dripping from her body back into the sea. A woman with vivid red hair stands waist deep in the water. Her face, so exquisitely crafted it becomes dangerously alluring, presses close to Eve's. Too close. Oh no, too close. I thought so. Why are the vermin on this island trying so hard to look human? What did you eat? What delusion convinced you that you could become human? Don't delude yourself. Let me tell you. She stares at Eve, slowly revealing a cruel, mocking smile. Little darling, you're nothing but a damned hetero creature. Terrified. Vera grips an oversized lance and drives it straight through the hetero creature's body. Oh no. Eve. He was having such a good day. Anyway, recovery. Strong hands press down on your chest, again and again, forcibly establishing a normal heartbeat. You desperately struggle at the edge of drowning, the bitter salt water filling your lungs, bringing unbearable pain that even your normally calm mind cannot process. What just happened? Yes, earlier you boarded that ship with Vera and Hanif, the one that could lead you to the treasure. Everything seemed normal at first. Babylonia was tracking the ship's movements, but after your group sailed into a sea fog created by an ascendant, everything changed. Strange hetero creatures kept knocking at your doors, and eventually your group had no choice but to confront the Ascendant on the dangerous seas, until the entire ship was sliced in half by the Ascendant's scythe. The waters surged violently, and instantly swiping everyone away and scattering all of you. How can I possibly turn this around? The most urgent matter now is no longer how to defeat that Ascendant, but rather how to stay alive. The water pressure crushes against your ear canals, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. Everything before your eyes is gradually blurring. In a daze, you see death beckoning. A few more seconds underwater and you could be officially pronounced dead. Hetero creatures still ravage the water around you, with one seemingly latching onto your ankle. But the pain of your skin being corroded hardly matters anymore. It's all just a small appetizer before the feast of death. Keep fighting! The last cluster of bubbles escapes from your mouth. But suddenly, a hand forcefully thrusts into the water, parting the sea like Moses, dividing the waters with tremendous force. Immediately after, the construct's hand clamps around your wrist, using tremendous strength to swiftly pull you up from beneath the water. Follow my breath. Look at me. Someone is pulling at your eyelids, not allowing them to close. A crimson figure blurs and sways before your eyes, water droplets from her hair tips continuously falling onto your cheeks. But the beads of water tapping on your face fail to provoke any response from your body. Breathe. Get the water out of your mouth and nose. Strong hands press down on your chest again and again, forcibly establishing a normal heartbeat. The next moment, a soft yet cold sensation approaches your cheek and quickly covers your mouth and nose, delivering desperately needed air into your airways. Wake up, damn it! The fishy, salty seawater is finally expelled in large gulps. The burning sensation in your lungs subsides as they begin to contract, and with intense pain, your body's circulation starts to function again. Congratulations, you're back from the dead. You're awake. Take a guess at where you're at. Heaven or hell, take your pick. Quickly assess your physical condition. Say something when you're fully conscious. Brief fragments of memory slip away as quickly as they appear, leaving only a void and a question that tumbles from your lips without any conscious thought. Why isn't there a choice? What? Headache. Vera, you're injured. Your vision is still clouded with darkness, but you instinctively notice the fresh wounds on Vera's garnet frame. They're impossible to miss. That Ascendant. Can't tell. That Ascendant swept all of us onto this island. You can see for yourself what happened. Vera turned sideways, revealing the scene of devastation from behind her. Hetero creature corpses litter the ground, mixed with scattered human bodies. Their tattered uniforms identify them as soldiers. Hanif crouches nearby, checking their identities. Before you can fully process the situation, your eyes fall upon an even more terrifying sight. More hetero creatures are still alive, crouching in groups on the rocky beach not far away, locked in a tense standoff with the three of you on the other side of the shore. Meanwhile, Vera's banner spear, Phoenix, is impaled through the chest of the Ascendant Lloyd, pinning him to the ground. Hanif stands up and gives you a sardonic smirk. Good thing you woke up when you did, or I'd have been next on the chopping block for this woman to vent her rage. As if this scene wasn't gruesome enough already. I got lucky. By hugging that pipe, I was quickly washed ashore. You got swept out to sea by a big wave and disappeared almost instantly. Looks like a hungry hetero creature dragged you down to the depths for quite a while. Yes, I remember. One of them latched onto my ankle. A sharp pain shoots through your ankle, the sensation of punishing virus corruption now overshadowing the ache in your lungs and head. That one has already fled in the chaos. The hetero creatures around this island are all abnormal, disgusting things. You should consider yourself lucky it only left you with some flesh wounds. If I'd been a moment later, that thing would have torn your entire leg off. Vera looks to be in a foul mood. Let me tell you about this damn Ascendant. At first, I thought he'd be a real pain, that I wouldn't be able to save you in time. But we had barely clashed before he completely exposed himself. Vera firmly grips the banner spear embedded in the Ascendant's body. Oh. He looks very different. The banner spear shakes, and Lloyd makes no attempt to struggle. For a brief moment, the light around his body distorts. The disguise created by punishing dissipates, revealing a completely different appearance. Your offensive stance was certainly impressive, but in reality you couldn't hold up for so long. So this is what you really look like. Ascendant, I've also helped you shatter that stolen identity of yours. Vera's grip tightens around the spear handle as the blade crushes deeper into the metallic chest cavity, producing a grating sound that sets one's teeth on edge. You cannot kill me. Even if you completely destroy my chest cavity, turn my body to dust, I will never truly die. I can abandon this body at any moment, but if I die, those hetero creatures will lose control and continue their assault on you. Vera glances at the hetero creatures crawling before her, her displeasure growing more evident. Anyone would understand her hatred for being held back like this, especially with her frame already pushed to its limits during the earlier battle at sea. So she can barely conceal her impatience. Vera, I understand. The Ascendant clearly sees Vera's condition and turns his gaze directly toward the humans behind her. My intentions haven't changed. I need time. I need to speak with that human. I still wish to engage in peaceful negotiations. If your ultimate goal is still to take that person away, You can forget about it. I suggest you reconsider. The hetero creature that just attached to that person is essentially the first new human to come ashore. This proves that even without an anchor point, a completely new evolution can begin, just in a different direction. I have no desire to deceive you. It's different, and you sensed it too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so agitated. Is it one of your creations? Hearing this question, he actually falls silent for a moment, his face revealing subtle threads of confusion and contemplation. No, it's not my child. To be precise, someone else gave it the choice before I did. Hey, I can't stand the way he talks. Can we pause for a sec? I want to say something. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? A suffocating silence spreads after Hanif's interruption. Seeing that neither of the deadlocked parties bothers to acknowledge him, Hanif continues speaking on his own. The good news is that I've discovered these soldiers are all Corono's people. This island should be Corono territory, so I could try to seek help. And the bad news? It was Corono territory before, but not anymore. Judging by the number of corpses, I'd guess all living people on the island have been completely wiped out by those hetero creatures. Even if I am with Corono, there's no one left to ask for help. You should just shut up. No, I won't say that. I would probably just say something along the lines of, so there is no good news. What about Babylonia? The mission went wrong. They must have noticed by now. That won't be a problem. The sea fog has cleared and the signal's restored. The signal disruption at sea was probably caused by that impaled fellow. While Vera was busy fishing you out of the sea, I contacted Babylonia on your behalf. This mission is way beyond what our squad can handle now. Thanks. Forget it. Babylonia's reinforcements won't arrive anytime soon, and our problems haven't gotten any smaller. The Ascendant threat is still hanging over our heads, isn't that right, our dear Ascendant? Everyone's gaze returns to Lloyd. I've given you too much time to think. The faint moonlight illuminates the shocking wounds across Vera's body, along with the hetero creatures nearby, shimmering like dangerous tides. No good. Need to find a way to buy time. Vera glances over, and you give a slight nod in response. Let's talk then, Ascendant. What's your reason for going to such lengths to speak with me? And also this anchor point you mentioned. Are you referring to me? Those who received the message from the Grey Raven Commandant immediately spring into action. People move quickly in and out of the hall, integrating, filtering, and exchanging the most useful information from the massive amount of data. The control court staff quickly approach the woman standing at attention in the center of the hall. Has the information been synchronized? Yes, the control court has already demanded that Corono submit all information regarding that island, and Command has dispatched transport aircraft to evacuate everyone directly. Good. Give me the materials related to that resource center. The staff immediately places some paper documents on the table, visibly aged from years in storage. Hilda touches the name at the top of the page, a word that belongs to a long-buried history. Haynes. Hilda quickly flips through the pages. Haynes. Researcher. While everyone else was desperately trying to avoid punishing, he arrogantly attempted to manipulate it, forcing it to further evolve and spread. The abnormal punishing samples he spread caused severe chaos, a wave of destruction so severe it destroyed 2 major conservation areas on the surface. Hilda flips directly to the last page of the dossier. Is there an autopsy report? Yes, although his body was heavily corrupted by punishing, an autopsy was still performed at the control court's request. It's right there. The staff member points to the end. This Haynes had the same over-the-top approach. The staff member is momentarily stunned. This Haynes? Besides this Haynes in the dossier, I'm familiar with another researcher of the same name. That was the last case I handled before the punishing outbreak. A frustrated scientist from the late Golden Age who, to prove his ambitions, released his self-created children into the corporate headquarters. Unfortunately, both the evidence and subsequent handling were lost in the disaster of the early stages of the outbreak. Coincidentally, the Haynes from that incident was also reported dead long ago. So this is the third Haynes? Hilda examines the autopsy report carefully, then points to the signature at the bottom. Is anyone who was involved in Haynes' autopsy back then still around? They're no longer with us, but we have records right here. Hilda scans through another dossier handed to her by the staff member, nodding with understanding. Corono. It seems we need more than just information about that island. Hilda returns the documents to the staff member and strides purposefully toward the airport. The military will mobilize strong support teams. They'll deploy Grey Raven and Cerberus. As for the control court, I'll arrange an immediate interview with the relevant Corono personnel. Meanwhile, the very people she mentioned are still engaged in their earlier shadow conference. The most irritating among them, Hanif, has been tied up, muted, and kicked from the meeting. Yet despite their supposed return to peace, the scene remains in an absolute uproar. The documents requested by the control court have been prepared. They're about that island's, Genomic Resource Center? Gene Bank? Yes, a semi-underground gene bank. It contains numerous human genetic samples connected during the Golden Age. After the punishing virus, all external access points were sealed off, with only occasional security personnel rotations. But that ship Hanif asked about still had the target coordinates stored, and it not only transported Vera and the Grey Raven Commandant there, but apparently stirred up quite a mess. How big is this mess? I heard Babylonia has elevated their mission priority to the highest level. Do we have any clear details on the situation? They haven't informed us. Oh, wonderful. Just moments ago we were keeping silent, and now we're supposed to package up the island's geographical data and the gene bank's interior blueprints and send it all to the control court immediately? Meanwhile, another person with a tense expression activates their microphone to speak. We just got word. The person the Grey Raven Commandant encountered at sea calls himself Lloyd, and is suspected to be a new Ascendant. Immortal Lloyd? Wasn't he already eliminated by Vera? That mission came directly from Nicola himself. But who knows which one it is? Babylonia has fabricated so many hero Lloyds over time, and there are countless others that were scrapped up there and never recovered. Yeah, so I already knew that. One of Vera's old, storyline things dealt with her, killing Lloyd, but it was actually only one Lloyd. There have been a lot of Lloyds. Basically, there were a lot of different constructs who were made Lloyd into a kind of hero figure. Basically, to spread the idea that it's fine, construct soldiers are immortal. They can just send their consciousnesses back to Babylonia. When that wasn't actually true. The Lloyds had actually died quite a lot and been replaced. So, every time Lloyd had supposedly sent his consciousness back to Babylonia, he was actually dying for real and getting replaced by a completely new person. So that's what happened with Lloyd. Furthermore, regarding Lloyd, I have some remaining data collected by the Purifying Force from an Eden Type 3 discovered on the outskirts of Los Prados. I was just thinking of that, because there was someone calling themselves Lloyd who appeared in Lilith's chapter. Combining this data with our materials confirms what we previously suspected. The original Lloyd most likely came from that place. The optimistic Corona member suddenly lets out a brief chuckle upon hearing this name. If this original Lloyd has become an Ascendant, then we're completely screwed. He's the ultimate survivor from that battle royale, the strongest creature that crawled out alive. He mocks himself as he recalls the words of that presumptuous young man from earlier. Corona leaders have been getting killed one after another lately. Who knows if they were involved in some weird project and got what was coming to them. Hanif was right. They got what was coming to them. I'll handle the control court and pin the source of the incident on the Los Prados project. We can't give them all the information about that gene bank. I'm afraid that won't work. Is there even worse news? You bet there is, brother. I've got even more bad news right here. He pulls up another dossier, one that barely qualifies as classified, and projects it in the center of the meeting for everyone to see. The privileged connection who's been giving them endless headaches stands brazenly in the holographic projection, staring ahead with that all-too-familiar look in his eyes. It's the one that never reveals what he's plotting, shining with a mocking glint that laughs at them all. Oh god, is it Collins? Why show this photo? Don't tell me Hanif's involvement isn't just a coincidence. I just found out where our privileged connection gets his privileges from. The technical director of that gene bank has been the same person since the end of the Golden Age, and they're still alive and well today. Okay, no, so it's somebody else, maybe? His name is Haynes. Oh, it's that guy. Another photo, this one of a gaunt elderly man, is pulled up, and when enlarged next to Hanif's profile, everyone can see they share an identical eye color. This Hanif fellow has already strutted right into the control court's field of vision. Do you really think they'd be foolish enough to just ignore him? So are they, like, related or something? People from different projects quickly consolidate and share information, each with their own considerations and interpretations. But at this point, they're forced to draw the same conclusion. They cannot afford to lose anyone on that island. Let's cooperate for now. Has Babylonia's support team departed yet? How long until they reach the target island? The meticulous Corona member pinches the bridge of his nose with a pained expression. We have a base closest to the target and have already granted Babylonia access permissions to utilize it. Although there are only small transport aircraft available, they should be sufficient. Have we really reached the point where we need to bend over backwards to make a good impression? It's not quite like that. We're not just going in there to rescue people. He finally pulls up a file on an old frame, the fiery red colors on the screen appearing exceptionally vibrant. This is an early prototype frame stored in Corona's repository. It was severely damaged and failed the testing for that batch of frames, so we had to recover it. But now she's a perfect, improved version. Paired with a construct who has experiences fighting Ascendants, plus the Grey Raven Commandant, we'll definitely be able to test this frame's maximum potential. This frame has extreme side effects. If anything else goes wrong, forget dealing with the control court. Everyone here will be dragged before Parliament, or even a criminal tribunal. The optimistic Corona member shrugs. Then let's vote. I abstain. I've already synced all the information I know to you. I'm leaving first. The control court is already breathing down my neck. One projection darkens, setting a precedent. Immediately after, a second, a third. Most of the meeting participants seem to recall Hanif's recent warning, choosing self-preservation in the current unstable environment. In the end, only a handful of figures remain in this weekly meeting. Once again, it's only left to us It's only us left to shoulder the risk. I actually like this situation. If they aren't willing to mobilize for the gamble, our organization's resources will only concentrate more and more in our hands. Seizing the best opportunities in the narrowest spaces. That's the operating principle of Corona. And we've always managed to do just that, haven't we? The nervous Corona member anxiously stares at the projection across the table. Compared to Hanif, I definitely prefer working with you, after all. Though you're also a young person infected with every passing trend, at least you speak like a normal human being. You're 100 times better than that kid who spends every day scheming up ways to make Corona's life difficult. Finally, he raises his hand. I approve the deployment of the BPN-13 test frame. Deploy it immediately via the support transport aircraft dispatched by Corona. The optimistic Corona member gets the result he wanted. Come on, let's send the Valkyrie that once belonged to us back to the battlefield. He arranges for personnel to transfer the recently unsealed frame into a sleeping pod so it can warm up. Well, that's settled. We've resolved the most pressing matters. Now let's just wait and see how this all plays out. Meanwhile, the three people stranded on the island are anxiously contemplating what the Ascendant just said. Vera, make him say it again. Vera exerts force once more, flicking off Lloyd's last remaining arm with the tip of her gun. At this moment, this Ascendant, whose appearance doesn't differ much from an ordinary construct, has lost all 4 of his limbs. Hanif's scalp crawls with horror. During the back and forth between the Ascendant and the Grey Raven Commandant, he witnessed Virak hacking off all 4 limbs, leaving him too terrified to utter a single word. Hear that, Ascendant? Say it again. You went to great lengths, wrapped that ship to come here, all for the purpose of bringing that person to this island's genomic resource center? The Ascendant, as if immune to pain, continues to answer her coldly. Yes, there's a Chronogenomic Resource Center on this island. Some also call it Zambra's Hollow. And I only need that person, the Grey Raven Commandant. In fact, you and that Haynes are both irrelevant. It's Hanif! You've got the wrong person! I've never even met you before! Hanif raises both hands toward Vera, earnestly responding to her questioning gaze, desperately trying to prove he has nothing to do with Lloyd's plan. Don't let him lead you on. I don't know any Ascendants. If I had the skills to meet one, I wouldn't still be working for Corona. Besides, earlier at sea, he even attacked me. It's not your turn yet. Shut up. Hanif obediently closes his mouth. Genomic Resource Center. You want to use human genes to catalyze hetero-creature evolution? Yes. There's no place more convenient or efficient than here. But you just denied that those evolving hetero-creatures are your creations. He falls silent once more. After a moment, he glances at the human, as if deciding to stack another layer of trust on him. I utilize the technology of someone on this island, and that person needed the punishing virus. We've reached a certain agreement. Our collaboration is nearing its end. All that's missing is a suitable human to serve as the guiding template, and that person is you. But as you can see, the evolution on the island began ahead of schedule, before I could bring you here. That's why I said someone made their choice before I could. You mean your partner triggered all of this? Yes, but I don't know why he was in such a hurry. His chosen template was subpar. Although it successfully produced individuals better at mimicry, in my eyes, only one of them was truly successful. A sharp pain shoots through your ankle, as if on cue. The moment the hetero creature wraps its limb around your ankle, the reverse feedback from the punishing energy pierces into your brain, as if forcibly injecting a memory that doesn't belong to you. When facing Vera, it avoided her and showed terror, overriding the punishing instinct to attack humans. That one already possesses such advanced emotions. Yes, that's the one. It escaped. Vera adds coldly. The consequences of allowing such a hetero creature to leave this island are obvious. The fires of Puglia Forest Park seem to ignite in Vera's eyes. Seems the list of vermin to kill keeps growing. You must die, and so must that little hetero creature that played dead to escape. The murderous intent in Vera's eyes grows even stronger. You're too late. Once this new evolution begins, it will continuously accelerate. All newborn hetero creatures on the island will imitate it, understand it, become it. You'll never find the source. It will be the undisputed eve of a new world. Unless Babylonia immediately uses the Longinus arsenal to sink this entire island, you'll never find Eve among all her children. I'll treat them all equally, by killing every last one of them. Impossible. Your frame won't last. I admit you're strong, but even you have your limits. I should have already drained all the power from that body of yours during our fight at sea. Reinforcements won't arrive that quickly. Even if your hoped-for miracle savior does show up, they certainly won't outpace the speed of evolution. The Ascendant maintains a passive posture like a mutilated prisoner, speaking as if under Vera's control. But everyone present understands. The situation is the complete opposite. If this were a relay race of speed, your team has already lost. It's time to give up, Vera. After speaking, Lloyd shifts his gaze back to you, surprisingly managing to lift his head despite his condition. Do you understand, Luke? Sooner or later, your fate will converge to the same conclusion. You will inevitably reach the other shore. How much longer until reinforcements arrive? You will surely become the anchor, catalyzing evolution onto a more correct path. I've said everything I wanted to express. Have you made up your mind? Luke, the final choice is yours to make. If you want to save them, submit to fate. I can't delay any longer. Shut your mouth! In a fit of rage, Vera raises her foot and slams the Ascendant's head back down onto the beach. Are you really stupid enough to listen to an Ascendant's manipulation? As long as I draw breath, I won't let anyone walk the path to ruin. I believe I need to remind you again. If you refuse me here, the hunt will begin immediately. As if tired of the negotiation, the Ascendant closes his eyes. No one else can influence my decision. After quietly listening for a while, Hanif suddenly glances at something in his hand, then raises his arm. I've got some good news and some bad news. Hold it. Can't you see we're busy here? This is really important, trust me. That hetero creature you're discussing, Eve, if I heard correctly, it's the one that was clinging on to the Grey Raven Commandant's ankle earlier. Hanif holds up a dripping wet tracking device. A small red dot blinks in the center of the screen, quietly breathing like those dormant hetero creatures. The good news is, while you were busy giving Luke CPR, I not only contacted Babylonia for you, but also I managed to plant a tracker on it. And the bad news? Vera looks like she's about to explode. The bad news isn't that bad. The water damaged its precision a bit, but it still works. That's all I've got to say, nothing more. Vera and you both gasp sharply. Lloyd opens his eyes again, disbelief flooding his gaze for the first time. He almost immediately begins to struggle. Vera sharply detects the sudden surge of punishing concentration around the Ascendant, and without hesitation pins him back to the rocky beach with a single shot. It's useless. Ascendant, I've heard all your explanations. Even if we could understand your reasons, one thing is absolutely certain. You are, without a doubt, a goddamn lunatic. Hanif quickly tosses the tracking device into your arms and points to his earpiece, making a specific hand signal. Reinforcements have arrived. Their long talk therapy strategy has finally paid off brilliantly. You clutch the tracking device tightly, and then you raise your gun towards the sky. The outcome is clear, Ascendant. No matter how many times you try to persuade me, you'll only get this answer. I refuse to go with you. You fire into the sky, and a signal flare rises into the night sky, revealing your position to the support team. Lloyd realizes the outcome of this standoff, his brow tightly furrowed. How disappointing. No matter. We'll meet again soon. Next time, there won't be a benevolent Lloyd. I mourn the tragedies created by mankind, and I will bring such stories to an end by my hand. No one can influence this decision anymore. Vera! Don't let him escape! Kill him! They are the new humans, who will prove themselves more worthy of survival than the old humans. Today, you will witness. Vera grips her banner spear with both hands, raises her arms fiercely, and drives it down with crushing force. The Ascendant's final words die in his throat. I've heard enough of your garbage. With your silent approval, Vera's banner spear begins to completely demolish the Ascendant's physical shell. The Crimson Death, as if venting her rage, rapidly pierces through Lloyd's throat, chest, abdomen, and limbs. She then whirls the spear through the pile of shattered porcelain-like shell fragments, grinding every broken piece into fine dust. Should have done this ages ago. The punishing virus surges out from each fragment of the corpse, spreading through the cracks in the stone in all directions. The crimson mist quickly coalesces into streams, following dense patterns across the entire island. The alarm warning of rising punishing virus concentration sounds again, as Hanif raises his gun once more, aiming at the wave of hetero creatures that had previously retreated. Yes. The delicate balance is shattered, as the hetero creature's instinct to devour humans is once again unleashed. They approach the three little insects on the rocky shore with hissing cries. It takes only an instant for their tentative approach to transform into a frenzied charge. Trouble incoming! You think you're more deserving of survival? Pathetic! Nothing more but a swarm of puppeting Nothing but a swarm of puppeted vermin. You two, get behind me if you don't want to die early. Vera dashes in front of you and Hanif, swinging her banner spear to disperse the surging punishing virus as she assumes her combat stance. You and Hanif also raise your weapons. The support transport is looking for a landing spot now. Once we evacuate, we'll have Babylonia bomb this entire island to oblivion. Vera, clear us a path now. No matter what happens, I'll keep up with you. Hearing this, Vera suddenly turns and glances at you. Such a familiar scene. Alright. Alright. The escape starts now, and no matter what, you better keep up with me, even if it costs you your life. Hey, she said that earlier. Aw, man. I think I'm gonna have to end here. It's getting to be a bit too late. Yeah, so I'm gonna end off here. Alright. Let me see if anybody else is still streaming at this hour. Let me see. Kira's still streaming? Oh. Well, if Kira's still streaming, I'll go raid him. That doesn't seem right, though. Well, anyway. Tomorrow night, I'm gonna try to finish this chapter. Yeah, he is still streaming. Okay, tomorrow night I'm gonna try to finish this chapter. I think I'll try to start at 9 instead of 10 tomorrow night, so I have more time, because this chapter seems long. Anyway, thanks for coming out. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you had a comfy time, Cole, even though the story here is not very comfy at all. Yeah. I hope you all have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye!